They are at the post. And they're off. Poetic Honor. Quick into stride. Terms and conditions right there, and Honorably has early speed as well. Honorably moves up to the inside, takes the lead from Poetic Honor. Terms and conditions goes third. A Part of My Charm moves up the rail in fourth. Past Sea Song in fifth. Beyond a Million sixth. In a Dream is in seventh position. Our Eva eighth up on the outside. And Stand By You is ninth and last for the move to the far turn and is running nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. Opening quarter went 22.27 seconds. Honorably is the leader by 3 lengths around the turn. Poetic Honor second, a length and a half. And then A Part of My Charm to the inside. Terms and Conditions to the outside. Terms and Conditions has third. A Part of My Charm is in fourth. Break of 5 more lengths. Beyond a Million fifth. Sea Song is in sixth position. In a Dream is in seventh. Stand By You is eighth. Still nearly a dozen from the front off the turn. Our Eva is last. Honorably a 5-length lead. Back to Poetic Honor in second off the turn. A Part of My Charm is third. And In a Dream is in fourth. Stand By You is out in the center of the track, still far back at this point. The leader's past the 8th pole. Honorably, Poetic Honor coming on, and then Stand By You. Poetic Honor, Stand By You. Poetic Honor to the front, Stand By You. Stand By You wins it for Joel Rosario. Big run down the stretch. Poetic Honor was second, going to be close for third, either In a Dream or A Part of My Charm for that third spot.
What an incredible late run from Stand By You. Not exactly the same thing happened to...
Winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sierra Farm. 2, Stand By You. Owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stoll, trained by Todd Beatty. 2 wins today for Joel Rosario. Stand By You, a 3-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Medaglia d'Argento by Medaglia. And they're off. Summer in Saratoga stumbled coming out of the gate and unseated the rider. Number 5, Summer in Saratoga, stumbled coming out of the gate and unseated the rider. There goes Winter Sunset out for the lead. Daddy Is a Legend comes away running in second. Frond is away third up on the outside, followed by Our Baby Ruth, who's fourth and angling down toward the rail. And then Sally's Curlin, who's toward the outside of horses, 3 wide around the first turn, now moves up into fifth. Stunning Sky with a ground-saving trip now picks up 2 positions from sixth against the rail, and Temple City Terror moves up 1 spot from last, heading on to the backstretch. Opening quarter went 24.93 seconds. Winter Sunset is the leader, and Winter Sunset leads it by 3 lengths at the midpoint of the backstretch, and Daddy Is a Legend is there in second by just a length. So far, so good for Winter Sunset and Florent Giroux. That opening half mile in 49.43 seconds, leading it by 2 lengths. Daddy Is a Legend second. Frond is in third up on the outside. Our Baby Ruth is fourth against the rail, now taking third 2 lengths from the front. Stunning Sky, Temple City Terror outside of that one. That pair still 3.5 lengths off the lead to the far turn, and Sally's Curlin is at the back midway on the turn. Winter Sunset with Daddy Is a Legend second. Winter Sunset by 3/4 of a length. Frond is third up on the far outside. Daddy Is a Legend between that pair with a 1/4 mile to go. Our Baby Ruth is looking for room down toward the inside. Temple City Terror has to swing toward the outside from fifth. Winter Sunset, the leader, a length and a half. Our Baby Ruth to the inside. Daddy Is a Legend right there to the outside. Temple City Terror and Frond move in the center of the course. Here is Daddy Is a Legend challenging Winter Sunset for the lead. Daddy Is a Legend puts a neck in front. And then Temple City Terror and Our Baby Ruth. Daddy Is a Legend and Joel Rosario to win the feature. Winter Sunset was home second by a neck over a closing Temple City Terror, who was third.
She's back, and back to the Keeneland Winter Circle for the
results of race 8 official. In the Winter Circle, the official winner of the featured 8th Hagen. 4, Daddy Is a Legend, owned by Susan and Jim Hill and trained by George Weaver. Joel Rosario goes back-to-back on the card and has 3 wins on the day. Official results of Keeneland's 8th race. They are at the post. And they're off. Village Queen broke sharply, comes right out for the lead. Sister's Ghost is there, and Pedigo Girl moves up between horses. Lady Frosted up close in the opening strides down to the inside. It is Village Queen with the lead, only by a neck. Pedigo Girl is drawing alongside the leader in second. And then comes Sister's Ghost in third position. Lady Frosted a close-up fourth down to the inside. Coal Shaft, a lane off the rail, moving up fifth between horses. Happy Life, sixth alongside of her. Enchanted Island has lost some ground up the backstretch. She is seventh, now drops back into the eighth spot. Ma Cherie moves by to her inside, and Liz Queen, Fleur de Lis, is last. 22.53 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Village Queen to the inside, leads it by a head. Pedigo Girl, again, draws alongside the leader. Top two on even terms around the turn. Sister's Ghost is in third, a length off the front pair. Coal Shaft is in between horses in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Lady Frosted is there toward her inside, moving up fifth, now fourth, as they swing off the far turn, a quarter mile to come. Village Queen is the leader. Here comes Pedigo Girl again. Lady Frosted looking for some running room. Sister's Ghost is there up on the outside. Those two trying to get on track to the extreme outside in the final furlong. Pedigo Girl, brief lead. Lady Frosted puts ahead in front, and Sister's Ghost is still lingering behind her. Lady Frosted, 16th pole, kicking on for the finish for Brian Hernandez Jr. Lady Frosted to win it. Pedigo Girl will be across the line in the second position. Behind her, it was Village Queen hanging on third by a neck over Sister's Ghost in fourth, and then Coal Shaft fifth.
Back to sprinting does the trick in finding the right group here today. As
for Keeneland's ninth race, 2, Lady Frosted. Owned by Bruce Lunsford, trained by Tom Drury Jr., Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Lady Frosted, 3-year-old filly by Frosted, out of Indulgence by Macho Uno. Winner. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast and the turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Rail set at 0 feet for the turf racing. Time now to take a look at the program changes. Beginning of the first race, which starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also begins the early pick five. There is a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High Five in that first race, $13,110. In the opener, jockey change on the 8 Cheyenne Wind. That'll be Edgar Morales. 8 Cheyenne Wind, Edgar Morales is the jockey. Weight is okay. Second race is where the early pick four begins. In that second race, scratch the 2, John's Protege. Also scratch the 5, Icy River. Scratch the 2, John's Protege, and scratch the 5, Icy River. Contrary to the program, number 3 headline report is a Ridgeling. Number 3 headline report is a Ridgeling. Please note, no Super High Five and no Superfecta wager on race 2. Third race, scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch number 9, Skyro. That's in the third race. Scratch number 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch number 9, Skyro. Checking the fourth race, scratch number 5, Hollywood Gina. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 5, Hollywood Gina. No trifecta, no show wager on that fourth event. Race number 5 is where the pick 6 begins. No carryover, no changes in race 5. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Seventh race is where the late pick 4 begins. In that seventh race, overweight, 3-hour closure, the jockey 3 pounds over. Number 3-hour closure, the jockey 3 pounds over. Eighth race, scratch the 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch 3, Out Workin'. Again, scratch 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch 3, Out Workin'. Please note, part of entry 1A, Kolsch, draws into the race. Please note number 13, Niagara Skyline, draws into the race. Featured ninth, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes. Scratch 9, Gun Society. Scratch 9, Gun Society. 10th and final race has no changes at this time. Now let's check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very good Friday to you, Kurt Becker, and happy closing day for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse, joining us perhaps from home as well. Looking forward to this 10-race card, Gabby. The weather has warmed up quite a bit from what we had the last couple of days, and what a 10-race card we've got in store for you today.
It's been quite the week in terms of the weather, Scott. We had snow a couple days ago. Yesterday was a little bit warmer, and today is absolutely beautiful. You still need a little bit of a coat, maybe a scarf, but the sun is out, and it's going to be a gorgeous day to close out the sensational spring meeting here.
Let's take a look at the featured event, race number 9, the Grade 3 Bewitch. They'll be running 1.5 miles on the currently good-listed turf course, and there is the one scratch, as Kurt mentioned, with Gun Society, the 9, so down to a field of 11. But take your pick. You've got Warlike Goddess, Delica, California Queen, Dominga, Past the Plate, Delta's Kingdom. I mean, just about every one of these horses in this race, there's a case to be made for them today in the feature.
Even the favorite, Warlike Goddess, she ran so well last time out. Recent winner of the Grade 3 Orchid. She's 3 for 4 so far in her career and looks like an up-and-comer. But you also have the presence of California Queen for trainer Chad Brown. You've got Brad Cox with the 4 Dominga. So there is a lot going on in here, Scott.
And also part of the late pick 4 and late pick 5. The late pick 4 is sensational. I think it's a big opportunity to make a significant score here today. That starts with race number 7. And then also the late pick 5 starts in race number 6. So don't forget about those races. But we're getting set to kick things off on this closing day card in 18 minutes with race 1. and take a look at these 2-year-olds down in the paddock to start the card. Now 17 minutes to post. And, I mean, at this point in time, what's the point against going against Wesley Ward in any race, especially these 2-year-olds, Gabby?
There's really not.
There isn't.
There's no point.
And yesterday we saw it. He won 2 2-year-old races. He started off the card with a Stone Street high-priced European buy, the Ribchester filly. Now he's got another one here, Napa Spirit for Stone Street Stables, a high-priced colt by Invincible Spirit. Ribchester, this is his first crop, Invincible Spirit. His crops have been getting it done for years. So well-bred, has plenty of workouts. I mean, this horse has works dating back to late February and has had 3 workouts on the turf course at Palm Meadows, 2 recent workouts at Keeneland. You've got Joel Rosario, a really nice-looking colt. You can see why they spent nearly $500,000 on this yearling at the time to get him over here to the United States. Stone Street Stables, a powerhouse in the 2-year-old scene, and this looks like just another horse getting ready for Royal Ascot. So 3 to 5 on the board, deserves to be the favorite, will be awfully tough in this race. Then I'll go to the outside, the 10, Grumpa, a colt by Mastery. First runner from Mastery, who there's been a lot of people lining up at the sales to get their hands on Mastery. Mastery, an undefeated son of Candy Ride, a horse that was sensational on the West Coast, and just a horse, if you've ever had a chance to be around him or visit him over at Claiborne, he's just an intelligent horse. And look forward to seeing this first crop get to hit the track, and it happens here today. So as far as the turf pedigree, you've got Warfront on the dam side. So that's a positive for Grumpa. He's 15 to 1 right now, outside post. We'll see what he can give us here on debut. And then finally, the number 4 horse, Magniloquent, another one for Wesley Ward. Johnny V gets the opportunity here. This horse was debuted and the favorite on the first day of the meet. But, Gabby, as we've talked about, the Wesley horses, they just need another week or two to get going with these young horses. So the fact that this filly has that race under her belt, she's worked since then, is a positive sign, and we'll see if she can take a step forward here today.
Yes, Scott, looking at these horses and listening to these babies in the paddock, this is probably the loudest group that we've had thus far. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing here, but they're definitely very excited in the paddock. The 5 Napa Spirit, though, total pro, no surprise for Wesley Ward. This horse, too, has had experience on the turf. Those turf workouts at Palmettos, I think, are, worth noting. Obviously, Wesley Ward, with this type of pedigree, you would think that she would ultimately wind up on the turf, but it's, I think, necessary and important that she at least has been able to get over the surface in the morning, and he does look extremely strong, fit, ready to go for trainer Wesley Ward. And really, I mean, the success that Wesley's had with Stone Street, whether it be homebreds or whether it be horses that they've purchased at sales here or in Europe, they just continue to have success with their 2-year-olds. So the 5 Napa Spirit could be the next big thing here for the connections. The 1 Baytown Warrior, second selection for me, coming out of the Paul McEntee barn. This horse just had a really troubled beginning last time out, and I don't think you can really fault him for that. He obviously, if you don't get out of the gate at 4.5 furlongs on the dirt at Keeneland, you're not going to be able to overcome anything. So he does have the rail post today. He's got experience. He gets to the turf. He's a son of First Samurai, who's obviously by Giants Causeway, so little turf influence there. And on the bottom side, you get Street Sense. Not really a turf influence, but I do think that this horse could just improve on the surface change. And also on that, Nakatomi, the winner of the first race, was one of the more impressive Wesley Ward horses that we've seen so far at the meeting in terms of 2-year-olds. So Baytown Warrior, I think, is just coming out of a very live 2-year-old race. And then the 4 Magniloquent, of course, the other Wesley Ward runner. We've seen American Pharaohs, their ability to run on any surface, but they're particularly strong on the turf. This horse was bet in her first start, so you would think, obviously, for Wesley Ward, all of his 2-year-olds are going to get bet, but she was bet pretty heavily, and she showed speed and stop. So I really do think that the intention is to get her to the turf, and that's where she finds herself today, this homebred for Wesley Ward. So she is right now your second choice at 7 to 2. Scott was mentioning the 10. We'll talk more about her in a minute, the 10 Grumpa. When you look at some of these 2-year-olds in this race, some look more precocious than others. Some look more turf inclined than others, but this horse definitely looks very turfy. I don't know if he'll be able to pop in his first race, as he's got a lot of size, a lot of scope, a big, good-looking horse for Ignacio, but he definitely looks like a turf horse here, a son of Mastery. We'll see what he can do for the Connections to 10 Grumpo. And we'll have more information on these horses after they go through the post-parade on trackside, as we are 12 minutes out from today's opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. The Hagen, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs on the turf listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. No scratches in the first race. A reminder, the jockey for the 8 Cheyenne Wind, Edgar Morales. Number 8 Cheyenne Wind, jockey Edgar Morales. Weight is okay. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $13,110. Main track is fast. The turf is good. 7 minutes to post.
2-year-olds warming up on track to start things off on today's Friday program, closing day program. And we'll start with the 2 Wesley runners and the number 4 Magniloquent. Second-time starter for trainer Wesley Ward, gets to the turf for the first time, a daughter of American Pharaoh. And when you look at her compared to the other one of Wesley Ward's runners, just a completely different physical. You can see she kind of has a breastplate on, more of a narrow frame, an elegant frame, but she's definitely not as strong and wide as the other one of Wesley Ward's horses. But she looks very fit coming out of her last race. I know she showed speed and faded, but it does look like she's even progressed from her first race in terms of fitness, and she's acting very professionally this afternoon. She also just has the physical look of a turf horse, so I think the surface change could very much help her today. We'll transition to the other one of Wesley Ward's horses. This is the one that's taking more play, as he does have a very nice turf pedigree. And you can kind of see the difference here. This horse is just very strong, very powerful looking build. Strong in his hindquarters. He just looks like he's got a lot of speed. He looks like a little rocket on the track. Good shoulder, everything about this horse, and even good height. Sometimes we kind of see these horses be a little bit on the shorter side and just really stout, really thick. And I don't see that with him. He's just very well proportioned. So we could see a big performance from this 5 Napa Spirit. I'll talk about some long shots in here outside of the 2 Wesley Ward runners. The 9 on Spot by Runaway and Hide. I just thought this horse was on his toes. He looked like he's feeling good, a little bit playful today too, which I don't mind. He debuts today with the blinkers on, and he definitely looks like a sprinter. I just really liked his energy, and you can see him sometimes in the afternoon. It depends on how much schooling these horses have in the morning with ponies. Some babies are, they do better in the afternoon with ponies than others. But he seems like he's taking all of this in stride, just very well prepared from a mental standpoint for today's race. And he's a horse that's 40-1. The 10, Grumpa, mentioned this horse in the paddock. He just has a really nice presence to him. Now, I don't know if he'll be able to win first time out, but I do think he'll run well. And talking about horses who are well behaved this afternoon, he was probably the most well behaved. Just a really classy actor. You can see the rider in Miguel Mena kicking his feet out of the irons. He's not worried about this horse at all. Just seems like he's very professional, wise beyond his years, and he physically does look like a turf horse, which I think is also helpful for Ignacio Correa. So very interested in the 10, Grumpa, at 13-1, if you're looking to try to beat the 2 Wesley Ward horses in here. But the 5, Napa Spirit, is your 3-5 favorite.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Hagen, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Cheyenne Wind out quickly, but Magniloquent is faster down toward the inside, and Magniloquent will have the early lead now. Here's Napa Spirit, who's moving up between horses into the second position for the move up the backstretch. And Cheyenne Wind had to drop back there several spots after braking so well and drops out toward the center of the pack. In the meantime, Jack Backed has moved up from third into second, a length off Magniloquent, who is the leader, and Baytown Warrior third to the inside. Napa Spirit fourth on the outside. Creative Kid is fifth. Cheyenne Wind now settles down on the outside in sixth, 6 lengths off the lead. And further back, Livery Man travels in seventh around the far turn. Grumpa is eighth. On Spot is ninth. And Code Clear is last of the 10. Magniloquent leads to the top of the stretch, 21.78 seconds for the opening quarter. Magniloquent in front of Jack Backed and Napa Spirit. Now Napa Spirit starting a run from the outside and is catching Magniloquent and is running on by. Jack Backed is third in between that pair. Final furlong. Jack Backed is trying to move up inside of Napa Spirit. Late run Creative Kid to third, but it is Napa Spirit in front. Napa Spirit to the wire. Napa Spirit, Joel Rosario to win the opener. Going to be close for seconds. Either going to be Jack Backed or Creative Kid for that runner-up spot.
What an absolute pro. Napa Spirit, the son of Invincible Spirit, on debut. He settled off the pace down the backstretch. He had his stablemate in his targets at the top of the stretch, and he kicks on nicely under Joel Rosario, another debut winner and second consecutive day for Stone Street Stables.
This horse is not only fast, he's extremely professional, Scott. To see a first-time starting 2-year-old right behind the speed like that and just respond to the rider's cues, this just shows his talent, but also his professionalism and how well he was prepared here by trainer Wesley Ward to get another victory at the meet, another 2-year-old victory at the meet. And Joel Rosario aboard for the win as well. The 6 actually hung on really well throughout the running of the race. It's going to be close for second, but he did run a really good race. The 6, Jack Backed, and then the 3, Creative Kid, closing late. No doubt about the winner, though, the 5, Napa Spirit on top.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 5, Napa Spirit was first. 6, Jack Backed was second. 3, Creative Kid was third. 8, Cheyenne Wind was fourth. And 4, Magniloquent was fifth. 5, 6, 3, 8, 4 unofficial. First race, results official, 5-6-3-8-4, the official results for Keeneland's first. Official winner of Keeneland's first race, the Hagen, number 5, Napa Spirit. Owned by the Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Napa Spirit, a 2-year-old son of Invincible Spirit out of Amgren Lass by Pivotal. Bred in Ireland by the Irish National Stud. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. 1 minute 4.17 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The main track is fast. Scratch the 2, John's Protege. Scratch the 5, Icy River. Scratch the 2, John's Protege, and scratch 5, Icy River. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 and no Superfecta wager on race 2. A reminder that contrary to the program, number 3, Headline Report, is a Ridgeling. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, start of the early pick 4. Looking ahead to the third race, scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch 9, Skyro. That's the third race. Scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch 9, Skyro. Carry over in that third race for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $20,825. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Hollywood Gina. That's the fourth race. Scratch 5, Hollywood Gina. No trifecta, no show wagering on the fourth race. No changes at this time in race 5.
Race number 2 started the early pick 4. We're scratching the 2 and the 5 have been scratching. And what do the kids say, Gabby? What's the term? Is it rinse and repeat? Is that what they like to say?
Sure.
Just rinse and repeat.
I think anybody. They don't have to be the kids.
Well, I'm becoming an old man, so yeah, it's more of your generation. But that's what it is with Wesley Ward. Rinse and repeat. Here we go. Another
They
2-year-old
say.
favorite.
I think it'd be better if you said they say,
They
not
say,
the
okay.
kids.
All right.
Okay.
But here we go. 1-5 on the 3-horse headline report. This horse was just bought last month in March at a 2-year-old in training sale in Florida for $550,000. This is a colt by the first crop stallion Gormley, who was a Grade 1 winner at the age of 3, took the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby. And this is a horse that when he's ready. Obviously, he was ready in March for that Breeze Up sale, but has had 2 workouts since then. Shows up here today on the final day of Keeneland. 1-5, Wesley Ward, Breeze Easy, Johnny Velasquez. I mean, there's not much more you need to know, except he wouldn't be here if he wasn't ready for this short sprint at 4.5 furlongs. The number 4 horse, La Belleza Negra, for Ray Hernandez, 6-1 right now. That makes him the second choice in this race. A colt by Cairo Prince. The first dam, Vis-a-Vis, has produced a 2-year-old winner in the past, and this colt has some sharp workouts as well. He's right next to headline report, so hopefully he can stay with him. That's another motivation to like him in this race as an alternative at odds of 6-1. And then the 5-horse Icy River for Eric Foster, a Keen Ice filly that is actually a scratch, So those are the top selections for me. So 3 and 4 with the 5 being a scratch. So those are the top plays in this 2-year-old race.
Scott, the number 3 headline report, again, Wesley Ward. I just feel like we keep repeating ourselves, but it actually keeps on playing out to be true for Wesley Ward and his 2-year-olds. Now, this one you mentioned did work 9 and 4 at the 2-year-old sale there in Florida, and I watched that work. It was extremely smooth, just throwing the feet out in front of him and getting over the ground very nicely. Now, that is a synthetic surface. This is a main track surface, can be a little bit different, but 9 and 4 is 9 and 4, and it's a very fast work. Gormley will be interesting to kind of see his progeny take to the track as well, but this colt is out of Green Eyed Cat. The second dam was a multiple Grade 1 winner, Critical Eye. So this horse comes from a very strong female family, on top of being by Gormley and also the big purchase price here. The one Warrior for John Hancock gets to the turf, a son of Fast Anna out of Yesage True Mare, hell of a night. On the bottom side, you definitely get some turf influence. He did not pick up his feet in his first start, but, I do think that the sloppy sealed track might have had something to do with that, and we could see a better performance for this John Hancock trainee. When you look at 2-year-olds and you look at the spring and you look at these races, John Hancock is definitely one of the trainers that you need to pay attention to and respect. So the one Warrior is the second selection. And then finally, the 7, Chacharulo, second-time starter. This horse actually did not run that badly in his first race right here at Keeneland. It was on the 7th of April, ran against the 2-year-olds, 18-1 in there, the race in which Social Mandate won. We saw Baytown Frosty come out of that race and win, and this horse did he didn't get out of the gate very smoothly, and it was probably more just him being green, inexperienced, and I could expect a better performance from him here today with that outside draw. So it's going to be, once again, Wesley Ward for me in a 2-year-old race, 3-1-7 across the board for race 2.
In Keeneland's upcoming second race, please note that number 7, Kachi Rulo, wore blinkers in his first start on April 7th here at Keeneland and wears them again today. Blinkers as regular equipment for number 7, Kachi Rulo. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Headley. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, 4.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 2, John's Protege. Scratch the 5, Icy River. Again, scratch 2, John's Protege, and scratch 5, Icy River. Contrary to the program, number 3, Headline Report, is a Ridgeling. A reminder, number 7, Kachi Rulo, wore blinkers in his career debut and wears them again today. Blinkers as regular equipment for number 7, Kachi Rulo. No super high 5, no superfecta wager, but double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering featured here. Start of the early pick 4. Post time at 8 minutes.
Threes across the board in this race. We're all on the number 3 Headline Report for Wesley Ward, and is the 2-5 favorite for good reason. But I want to talk about some alternatives here and horses that we didn't necessarily talk about in the paddock. The 7 Cachirulo we did talk about, and this is a horse who's making his second start. In his first race, wore the blinkers. You heard the mention there from Kurt Becker that he did wear these blinkers in his first start. Will once again wear them here today. He just looks sharp. I can't say anything negative about this horse on track today. He obviously is focusing. He's on track. He looks fit, looks good. Blinker staying on, and I just think that he is a very logical horse to use in the top 3 here with that race experience and just how professional he's acting here on the track today. And I really liked him in the post parade. He had a very focused, commanding walk. He just seems more professional today than he did in his first race. The number 4, La Belleza Negra, excuse me. That one was hard to get out. The 4 horse here, very big in size. I'm going to be surprised how quick this horse is coming out of the gate, how sharp this horse can be. But I do like how the horse overall looks as a physical, just a very big, good-looking horse, and has a lot of bounce to his stride as well. I saw him in the warm-ups and also in the post parade, and just had a lot of bouncy action to him. You like to see that, a horse feeling good and very much on his toes. So those were the other 2 outside of the 3 Headline Report that kind of stood out to me in the post parade. But the 3 Headline Report, I mean, he just looks very tough to beat in here for Wesley Ward. We're 5 minutes out from race 2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Headley, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. La Belleza Negra out for the lead. Warrior is right there to the inside in the opening strides. Here's Headline Report. Was off a step slowly, but quickly is moving up through traffic. Fourth to third to second, just off the leader's flank. Conager moves up into third. Kachi Rulo is fourth, and Warrior drops out to fifth around the far turn. La Belleza Negra is the leader. La Belleza Negra leads at a neck. Here's Headline Report beginning to draw alongside as they move off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Then a gap of 3 lengths more back to Kachi Rulo outside of Conager. A long way back to Warrior, who's last. Here's Headline Report with a head in front. Although La Belleza Negra is fighting back to the inside, and Conager would like to join them third, still 2 lengths away. Final furlong, and it is Headline Report who's kicking on with a widening 2-length lead. Conager runs on to second. Headline Report is coming to the wire. Headline Report, John Velasquez to win it. Conager was home second. La Belleza Negra third. Kachi Rulo fourth, and Warrior fifth.
2 2-year-old wins yesterday for Wesley Ward. 2 2-year-old wins in a matter of just 2 races here on closing day at Keeneland. And a nice start for the freshman sire Gormley as he gets his first winner with Headline Report.
They just keep coming, and they just keep coming, Scott. No matter if it's a 2-year-old winner or any other race at the meet, Wesley Ward has just been absolutely outstanding. And he does get another 2-year-old winner here with the number 3 Headline Report. Johnny Velasquez and the irons for this one. 3-6-4 across the finish line for the second.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 3, Headline Report was first, 6, Coniger was second, 4, La Belleza Negra third, and 7, Cachi Rouleau fourth. 3, 6, 4, 7, unofficial. Race 2, results official. 3, 6, 4, 7. The official results for Keeneland's second race. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Headley. 3, Headline Report, owned by Breeze Easy LLC of Mike Hall. Wesley Ward goes back-to-back to start the card. John Velasquez, the winning jockey. Headline Report, a 2-year-old Ridgeling by Gormley, out of Green-Eyed Cat by Tail of the Cat. Winner bred in Kentucky by Ledgelands LLC and Andrew Ritter. 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course, 51.75 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The turf is listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $20,825. Scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch 9, Skyro. Again, scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and scratch 9, Skyro. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Hollywood Gina. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 5, Hollywood Gina. No trifecta, no show wagering on race 4. Fifth race has no changes at this time.
Race number 3, turf racing again here early in the card, and they'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf. The 9 is a scratch, and a key scratch of the number 3 horse, Mr. Annoying. He would have taken some play in here, but after 5, the number 7 horse is in the pole position for Breeze Easy. They're looking for back-to-back on the card. Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez looking for back-to-back. Wesley looking for 3 in a row to start off the card, and this is a colt by the Factor that takes blinkers off, gets Lasix today. He was a maiden that was running against Stakes Company last season at the age of 2 off of a solid debut at Kentucky Downs. Wesley tried him in the Grade 3 Futurity at Belmont, and then eventually in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, he ran a very respectable 5th, beating 3.5 lengths to his stablemate Golden Pal. So he's faced some nice horses over the course of his career. Back in against Maiden Special Weight Company, a giant drop down in class for the 3-year-old debut. Taking the blinkers off, we'll see if that helps him here today, but you've got to expect a lot from after 5, a horse that was only beaten 3.5 lengths in the Grade 2 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint right here over this turf course, which was listed as good on that afternoon in November. It's not just the number 7 horse that could give Wesley Ward 3 in a row to start the card. He's also got Modesto on the outside, who's 7-2 currently as the pretty clear second choice. A Ridgeling by Uncle Mo, Keeneland September graduate from the yearling sale of 2018. They purchased him for $240,000. Only made 1 start last year, and that was at the age of 3. He drew the rail. He was 10-1 on the afternoon, brushed the gate, ran an even race from that point forward. But off of the 9-month layoff, now 4, certainly would have grown up a bit from 3 to 4. You've got to respect him at odds of 7-2. With Joel Rosario getting the opportunity. It's Joel and Johnny V that are taking advantage of the meet that Wesley Ward is having here for Keeneland Spring 2021. And then finally, it's the 5-horse Wild for Wycliffe for Tom Amos, a colt by Danza, who's run 3 good races sprinting on the main track at 6 furlongs. Interesting to find out from Tom Amos. Plan on having a conversation with him on the front side following this. But, Gabby, interesting to see if it's truly the turf they're wanting to try, or is it the distance? Because he's a horse that has shown speed, and he's been caught late in those 6 furlong races. So maybe it's more the 5.5 furlongs that he's here than the turf course itself.
Well, I do think it's probably both, Scott, but more so the distance, because he's probably good enough to win a maiden special weight, as he's been very close before in the past, but he just doesn't quite have that stamina to get to the finish line at 3/4 on the main track. And Fairgrounds has one of the longest stretch runs in America as well. So you have that to consider with this horse maybe not being able to fully extend his speed to go 6 furlongs down there at the Fairgrounds. Now he gets to the turf for the first time. He's by Danza, not a tremendous turf influence, but on the bottom side you do get Wildcat Air, which is speed and turf. And there has been a sibling to race on the turf. Had a race okay, just did not win on the turf. So I think it's just more of a speed and distance play. This horse, I don't think anybody can run with him early. He's pretty quick. And for what it's worth, Tom Amos going from dirt to turf with his sprinters, he hits at 19% out of a big sample size of 73 horses, and it's a positive ROI of $2.51. So he's done this successfully before in the past, and it's still a positive ROI, which is key. And we're talking about alternatives to the heavy favorite, which is the 7 after 5. My second selection for trainer Wesley Ward, the blinkers coming off, Lasix addition to today. He's really done nothing wrong. His first race was good. His second race was great. Again, 2nd of July, came back to sprint in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint and just lost a little over 3 lengths to Golden Pal and Cowan. Scott was alluding to all of the accomplishments, really even Cowan so far this season as a 3-year-old. So after 5, you can't have any concern with this horse coming in off the layoff. It's just whether or not you think he's going to improve as a 3-year-old, or was he just a precocious 2-year-old? Will these other 3-year-olds kind of catch up to him, or will he be just as good? Even if he doesn't improve, he might still win this race. His races as a 2-year-old were very, very fast. This 10 horse is who I scratch into in terms of my third selection, the 10 Modesto for Wesley as well, who sends out 2 in here. My problem with that one race at Saratoga, yes, it was a maiden special weight at Saratoga, but going back and looking at what what the horses did outside of that since then. It's obviously been several months, so you have the opportunity to see how strong that maiden special weight really was. I didn't think it was that strong. The winner, French Reef, is now running in claiming races. A couple of other horses in the race also running in claiming races. So that was my main knock against this horse, if he is going to ultimately go off at a short price. And right now he's at 3-1. Maybe try to mix it up with another horse, maybe the 4 Three Amigos, who cuts back in distance, or maybe even the 6 Vassar's Boy. Well, get a closer look at some of these horses on track side in a minute if you're trying to maybe beef up those exotics in terms of the exactas and trifectas. But Wesley Ward so far on a roll, taking the first 2 races of the day. We'll see if he can get his third in 15 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. The Kentucky maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, rail set at 0 feet. Scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and Scratch 9, Skyro. Again, Scratch 3, Mr. Annoying, and Scratch 9, Skyro. Double and pick 3 wagering, carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $20,825. Post time, 7 minutes. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 6th race, late jockey change in race 6, number 6, Celestial Spin. Gerardo Corrales will be the jockey. That's Keeneland's 6th race, number 6, Celestial Spin. Gerardo Corrales will be the jockey.
Coming up, the third race on today's program, and we'll start off with this horse you see on your screen, the number 4, 3 Amigos, for trainer Brendan Walsh. Looking at his pedigree, definitely a nice pedigree for the turf, and this horse did debut on the turf at a mile at Gulfstream Park. Now, he, to me, just looks like a really racy horse. Throughout the post parade, he was very much on his toes, very rounded out in his hindquarters, and a strong shoulder too. So physically, it looks like he's actually going to prefer the cutback in distance versus the mile in which he ran in his first race. And you can see he just looks really fit, and it makes sense because this horse went 2 turns in his first race and now turning back to the 1 turn. For what it's worth too, Brendan Walsh, with his turf horses cutting back from routes to sprints, 6 for 27, 22%. So it is a successful move for the barn, and I do like this move, at least from a physical standpoint. The 6 Vassar's Boy for Graham Motion, a son of Distorted Humor, and is actually very nicely bred, Scott. This is a horse who's a half to Stormy Liberal, a half to Leinster, some other really nice graded stakes performers as well. and Leinster. He loves the turf course here at Keeneland, sprinting on the turf course. So there's definitely a pedigree that this horse would love sprinting on the turf. You just wonder if he is ready to pop today for the first time. Grand Motion, good stats with first-time starters, especially sprinting on the turf, and he does look well prepared, so maybe one to consider. And then the 5, Wild for Wycliffe. I know you spoke to Tom Amos about this horse getting to the turf today. Was this the intention, going to the turf, or does he think he's better on the dirt?
Well, it was a combination of both the distance and the turf. What led them to this race. He told me that this race was an extra. It wasn't in the condition book, as racing offices will oftentimes write races to look to fill these cards. And so this race popped up late in the meet, and he saw it and he immediately gravitated towards it. And he said that the pedigree is there. He was saying that, this horse has pedigree for the turf, but he admitted, he goes, there's nothing tougher than beating Wesley Ward in these turf sprints, and there's double that with Wesley Ward having 2 in here. So he's realistic about the chances, but I think you've got to respect this horse, especially at the price he's at right now. Wild for Wycliffe, 6-1.
Very, very strong. Those 3 races, I really do think, have done wonders for this horse in terms of his fitness. So fitness will not be the issue. The issue is trying to beat Wesley Ward, as he has already taken the first 2 races on the card and sends out the first choice and second choice, the 7 and the 10. We'll see if he can get his 3rd on the card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, the Kentucky. They are at the post. And they're off. Modesto quick into stride from the outside. Looting comes away running in second, and Wild for Wycliffe is up close in the opening strides as well. Moves up from third into second between horses, but Modesto has the lead and gets over next to the rail. Modesto leads it early by a length. Three Amigos is second. Looting moves back up into third. Wild for Wycliffe has lost some ground between horses, settles back into fifth. After five, moves by to fourth on the outside. Vassar's Boy now moves up fifth against the rail. Wild for Wycliffe has dropped back into the sixth position. Midway on the far turn, Brew Crew is next to last, and Carmichael trails 22.14 seconds for the opening quarter. Modesto, the leader, a length and a half coming off the far turn. Three Amigos second and neck. Looting is third up on the outside, and after five has to swing out to the center of the course. Three Amigos is looking for running room as well. Modesto has the lead. Vassar's Boy trying to come up the rail. Modesto, four horses across the course behind him, contesting second. Modesto leading it. After five, goes to second on the outside of Three Amigos, well behind Modesto and Joel Rosario. Modesto to win it. After five was second. Three Amigos was third. Vassar's Boy was fourth, and a multiple horse photo for fifth.
Well, I guess we just summed this one up, Gabby, here today. The only person that can get close to Wesley Ward in these races is Wesley Ward himself, as he goes 1-2 in race three in a row for Wesley, the leading trainer of this spring meet.
Amazing. We mentioned the success that he's had with his 2-year-olds, but even with his older horses, and the 10, Modesto, just shot out of the starting gate. When you're in a turf sprint like this and you break that sharply, there's no catching you. A little green today, got out a little bit at the quarter pole, but that didn't seem to be any bit of an issue. Joel Rosario keeping his cool and guiding this horse to victory. It's going to be a Wesley Ward exacta with the 10 Modesto on top. After 5, the 7 right underneath of him.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 10, Modesto was first. 7 after 5 was second. 4, Three Amigos third. 6, Vassar's Boy fourth. 8, Looting was fifth. 10, 7, 4, 6, 8, unofficial. Third race results official. 10, 7, 4, 6, 8, the official results for Keeneland's third. Official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Kentucky, number 10, Modesto. Owned by Ramon Tallage. Wesley Ward wins 3 in a row to start the card. 2 wins for Joel Rosario thus far today. Modesto, a 4-year-old Ridgeling by Uncle Mo, out of Pretty Elusive by Elusive Quality. Winner bred in Kentucky by Martha Jane Mulholland, Yehuda Cohen, Tom Greether Farms Incorporated, and Candyland Farm. Keeneland sales grad gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 2.69 seconds. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 5, Hollywood Gina. Again, scratch 5, Hollywood Gina. No trifecta, no show wagering on the fourth race. Main track is listed fast. Looking ahead to the fifth race, no changes in race 5. There will be a carryover in the fifth race for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of $23,938. Sixth race, jockey for number 6, Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales. That's the sixth race, jockey for the 6, Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey.
Please turn your attention to the winner's circle, where Keeneland is honoring Kurt Becker, who has reached a unique milestone as the only track announcer in Keeneland's history. For 60 years prior to Kurt's appointment, Keeneland did not have an on-track race caller. Then President Bill Greeley hired Kurt from more than 40 applicants, and he began calling races on April 4th, 1997. Today marks the conclusion of the 25th spring meet at Keeneland, with Kurt Becker calling the races. Kurt, who is from Altamont, Illinois, also serves as a pedigree announcer for Keeneland's world-famous horse sales. Congratulations, Kurt, on your silver anniversary as the voice of Keeneland Racing.
Race 4 is coming up next, as Wesley Ward has swept the first 3 races of the card. But good news for the trainers in this field, there's no Wesley Ward in this upcoming 4th race. So as we move on here, this race is a starter allowance, 6 furlongs on the fast main track, and just 1 scratch of the outside runner, the 5 Hollywood Gina, which makes this race a field of 4. The 2 Sweet Spin is going to be the top pick for me, for trainer Phil Sims. I just think this is a filly that's consistently improving. She broke her maiden 3 starts back at the $30,000 level, and she did it really easily. She went on to face A Other Than Company at Turfway. Her race 2 back was better than her last race. I just think she was in too tough. And also, her running style is just to probably take back and make that move into the pace. So hopefully we can see Gerardo Corrales make that type of move here on the number 2 Sweet Spin. But an improving filly, and she finds herself in a good spot here today. The 1 Sweet Queen Bee is the second selection. Phil Sims sending out 2 runners, I think both capable of winning here, but the betting public deciding to like the 1 Sweet Queen Bee a bit better at 4-5. She probably just wanted the dirt all along. Her last race, she was an upset winner at 7-1, an easy winner in the end under Tyler Gaffalione, and that was also her first start dropping out of maiden special weight company. I would imagine Tyler Gaffalione will be aggressive from the rail post position and should be able to be on the lead. And then finally, the number 4 Signify, another horse who is dropping out of allowance company, but she did break her maiden at the $15,000 level, so it still really is a question of class, but pretty much a level playing field here, especially between the 1, 2, and the 4, as the betting public does land on the 1 as your even money favorite. Race 4 up next as the horses are saddled in the paddock.
And Gabby, I'm going to go with the number 3 horse in here to take a swing against this group. The number 3 horse is Until Now, who comes off of much tougher races, claimed out of the race in which this filly broke her maiden. She's on the main track for the first time, a dirt main track. So the surface switch is in play here with this 5-1 shot. Not a bad 5-1 shot, given that she's only going to have to beat 3 other runners. Sweet Queen Bee obviously deserves a lot of respect, and she's getting it off of her victory for maiden 30, being protected in here. And then finally, Sweet Spin, another one for Phil Sims, who comes off of synthetic tries at Turfway and takes a drop down in class. Really not a bad betting race, considering it's just a field of 4. At right now, the worst you could do is double your money on the 1 horse, or Sweet Queen Bee, as race number 4 is 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 5, Hollywood Gina, number 5, scratched. No trifecta, no show wager. However, double and pick 3 wagering are featured here in this fourth event. Post time at just 8 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. They are at the post. And they're off. Until Now broke in the air. Signify comes out running for the lead. Here is Sweet Spin in between horses. Sweet Queen Bee is up close down toward the inside as well. Front three contest the early pace, then a break of 4 more lengths back to Until Now, trying to catch up after that awkward beginning as the field heads for the far turn. It is Signify from the outside who leads it 3/4 of a length. Sweet Queen Bee is second. Now the margin a length and a half between the top two. Sweet Spin is third, 3/4 of a length. Until Now is fourth on the outside of that one. The opening quarter went in 22.65 seconds. Signify is the leader. Signify in front by a length. The Sweet Queen Bee starts inching forward toward the outside in second, just over a quarter mile to come. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Until Now goes to third up on the outside of Sweet Spin, who's fourth on the turn for home. Signify the leader a length, but once again Sweet Queen Bee taking aim and coming after the leader from the outside. Signify toward the rail. Sweet Queen Bee tries to draw alongside as this pair moves into the final furlong, contesting the lead and contesting for the win. Signify so far maintains the advantage. Back out to a length and a half past the 16th pole. Signify by 2. Signify and Chris Landeros to win it. Sweet Queen Bee second. Until Now was third, and Sweet Spin was fourth.
When she's sharp, and she has been in her last 3 races. Signify for WinStar Stablemates Racing, Rudy Brisset and Chris Landeros turns for home with one contender next to her. That is Sweet Queen Bee. She did everything that she possibly could to catch up to Signify, but simply could not, as the daughter of Speightstown picks up her second lifetime victory in her first try here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: 4 Signify was first, 1 Sweet Queen Bee was second, 3 Until Now was third, 2 Sweet Spin fourth, 4-1-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, 4 Signify, owned by WinStar Stablemates Racing, LLC of Kenny Trout. The trainer, Rodolphe Brisset. The jockey, Chris Landeros. Signify, a 4-year-old filly by Speightstown out of Pickaway by Pivotal, winner bred in Kentucky by WinStar Farm, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.74 seconds. Fourth race, results official. 4-1-3-2, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6. There is a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $23,938. In race 5, no scratches, no jockey changes. Turf is listed good. Rail at 0 feet. Sixth race, jockey for the 6 Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales. That's the 6th race. Number 6 Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 7th race, overweight, 3-hour closure, the jockey 3 pounds over. 7th race, number 3-hour closure, the jockey 3 pounds over. 8th race, scratch the 2, Bright Prospector, scratch 3, Outworkin'. Again, scratch the 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch the 3, Outworkin'. Please note, part of entry 1A, Kolsch, draws into the race. Number 13, Niagara Skyline, also draws into the race. Featured 9th race, the 59th running of the Bewitched Stakes, grade 3, scratch the 9, Gun Society. Again, scratch the 9, Gun Society. No changes in race 10.
Race number 5 starts the pick 6 here on closing day. So a final opportunity to play in the pick 6. It really has had they've had great pools this meet. So big pools throughout the meet. Great job here at Keeneland. A bit of a resurgence for the $1 minimum pick 6. And this is the final opportunity in the spring meet. 19 minutes to post. Other than company, entry-level allowance group, 1 mile, 1/8 on the good listed turf course. No scratches with this field of 8. You do have an entry with the 1 and then 1A, Celeste and Blue Cat, which are sitting at 4-1. I like Donegal Bay on top, the number 6 horse, who is currently sitting at odds of 6-1. This is a son of Uncle Mo, who is trying grass for the first time. This is a pedigree angle, the solo piano, the first dam of this gelding. Daughter of Empire Maker has been quite a producer. She's had 5 winners from 6 starters, one of which is this gelding, and a stakes winner as well. And one of those winners was a winner on the grass course. So comes out of Stakes Company at Turfway Park. They tried him in the Grade 3 Withers at 1 1/8 at Aqueduct. Prior to that, he had just broken his maiden. But if he handles the grass today, Joel Rosario in the saddle, be shocked if this horse can do it at a good price of 6-1. This is taking a bit of a swing, but it's on the pedigree that we're leaning on for Todd Pletcher, who has had a wonderful meet here at Keeneland. I mean, a few of his horses have not hit the top 3, and I mean a few of them, having 18 runners, 9 wins, and 1 second, 5/3. So that means just 2 of his 18 runners have failed to hit the top 3 this meet at spring. So well done to Todd Pletcher and his team, led by Amelia Green here at Keeneland Racecourse. My second choice is the number 5 horse. That's Crew Dragon, who's 5-2, son of Exaggerator, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2019. You can see the flashy-looking colt was a winner 2 starts back at 1 1/8. They tried him in the Columbia Stakes. That was a good field that he was part of that day, 8-1, ran to expectations, maybe even outran them a bit. But we know that he can handle this distance. We saw him do it at Gulfstream. Looks like a pretty forward horse as far as his racing is concerned, and he gets top rider Luis Saez, leading rider of this spring meet, in the saddle. Not a bad combo either, Saez and Bill Mott, 5-2 right now on the number 5 horse. And then the 8 horse on the outside, Floriform for Judd Mott, son of Into Mischief, who they tried him on the dirt, as you would expect, in his first 2 tries. And then once they transitioned him over to the turf course, he really has blossomed because his siblings have been good on the turf. This first dam, July Jasmine, has had 4 turf winners overall, including this colt. So that pedigree on the dam side really coming through, and we'll see if he can do it again here today. First try against winners, though, Gabby, we always talk about this. Every time you win a race, it gets more difficult the next time that you race because you're climbing the class rank. So that's something that he's going to have to do here today. So he's going to have to step up his game, which certainly he looks very capable of doing so.
I think the key race for him, when you're looking at him, especially versus the 5 in here, Floriform actually ran against the 5 Crew Dragon in his second start. That was against Maiden Special Weight Company. So I actually thought his loss against Maiden Special Weight Company in January was better than his win at the Maiden Special Weight level at Gulfstream. That loss, 2 starts back, he lost to the horse by the name of Win From Within. Just by a half length, Win From Within would come back to win the Columbia Stakes at Tampa, beating the 5 Crew Dragon by 4 lengths, and also in the running lines of that particular race at Gulfstream for Floriform, he beat Crew Dragon, and he beat Crew Dragon significantly by multiple lengths. So I just think when you pair them up, horse for horse, this is a faster horse than the 5. So I do hope that we kind of stay with decent odds with this horse. I think 5-2 is actually a pretty fair price on him. As we transition to the number 1, Cellist, for trainer Rusty Arnold, who is Calumet actually sends out 2 horses in here, the 1 Cellist and the 1A Blue Cat. But Cellist, he really improved in his second start. He ran okay in his first race, showed speed, faded, but when he came back, he drew post 10 of 11, showed speed, fast pace, and still somehow won despite pressing that fast pace. So I know he's going against winners for the first time today, but I think he can make that transition pretty smoothly. And then the 6, Donegal Bay, will be the 3rd selection for trainer Todd Pletcher. For me, Scott mentioned the turf pedigree. This horse just has not panned out on either surface, whether it be the synthetic surface or the main track. His maiden special weight win was okay. a couple starts back at Gulfstream Park, but I still think he needs to improve. He needs to be faster in order to win against this level of competition today. And maybe the turf will do that if he's anything like the female family that he comes from. So the 6 Donegal Bay in there as well. And I obviously would include the 5 Crew Dragon in the mix. You get Luis Saez. This is a horse who's faced winners. He was second against Stakes Company. So I would probably use those 4 horses in the first leg of the Pick 6, which does start now. So make sure you get those tickets together 14 minutes away from race 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Dromoland, an allowance for 3-year-olds at a mile and an eighth on the turf, listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. It's the start of the pick 6, no carryover. There is a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $23,938. Post time at 8 minutes.
Horses on track here to kick off the pick 6 wagering, and race 5 is up next. The 4 Catman. Wanted to take a closer look at this horse for trainer Mike Maker. He's making his 3rd start off of the layoff, and I actually love the fact that he stretches out to a mile and an eighth. He just looks like a horse that should appreciate this distance, and he definitely looks more turf inclined than main track or synthetic, in which he ran on last time out. So maybe give him a little bit of a pass and look for him as a long shot at 8-1. But the 1 Cellist is a very interesting horse here for Rusty Arnold. Fast figure, really impressive race last time out. Scott, I know you talked to Rusty Arnold, his trainer, and what did he have to say?
I asked him, what was the difference in his second start? He said just progression, and we know that Rusty likes to allow his horses really to start their truest development through races, and this is a prime example of it. And the one thing that he did mention, that he's a bit of a green horse. He said even today in the paddock he was acting green, and right now he's being just fine. So we'll see how he does with this step up in class. And like Rusty said to me, the same thing that we just said on the other side, every time you win a race, it becomes more difficult. You got to climb these ranks, and that's what he's going to have to do here today for Calumet Farm with their son of Big Blue Kitten.
Yeah, but he does look great on track, and he's on the board with the other half of the entry at 7-2, as we are 5 minutes away from the 5th race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Dromoland. Start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Floriform up on the far outside, and Private Island right there down toward the inside in the opening strides. They're joined by Donegal Bay. And Donegal Bay going to move forward now is going to take a narrow lead from Private Island as they head for the first turn. Floriform goes third, Crew Dragon in fourth, Catman a lane off the rail in fifth, Blue Cat sixth up on the far outside, Shady McGee seventh back toward the inside, Cobla Moss is in eighth, and Cellist is last of the nine. Donegal Bay moves by, gets over to the rail now midway on the first turn. It leads it by a length and a half. Private Island second, 3/4 of a length. Floriform third up on the outside. 24.53 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Crew Dragon toward the inside is in fourth, a half length. And then Blue Cat, Catman is back toward the rail, followed by Shady McGee. Cobla Moss, Cellist moves out in the center of the course, picks up a couple of positions, and Cellist is starting to move from the back. Way wide, though, middle of the backstretch, but picking off horses one by one. There goes Cellist, moving very fast. Floriform going to try to go with that one. They both have moved by to the outside of Donegal Bay. Cellist, the new leader, 50.14 seconds, the time for that opening half mile. It is Cellist in front, a length and a half to the far turn. Now gets over next to the rail around the turn. Floriform is in second, a half length. Private Island is third. Blue Cat out to the far outside is in fourth. Crew Dragon looks to the inside. Crew Dragon picks up a couple of spots, moves up into third, still 6 lengths off the lead, a quarter mile to come. Turning for home, Cellist is chased by Floriform. That's the battle for the lead, but a length separates the top two. And Crew Dragon goes third up toward the outside. Blue Cat and Private Island. Here's Floriform coming after Cellist, and Crew Dragon trying to join them on the far outside in third. Cellist, Floriform. Crew Dragon is third, still 2 lengths away. Cellist and Floriform battling for the lead, battling for the win. Cellist and Floriform at the line. Head bobbing photo for the win, either Floriform or Cellist for the top spot. Crew Dragon was third. Further back, Blue Cat was fourth.
Cellist and Floriform right on the wire. Big middle move from Cellist, and he actually ended up digging in there late, something that normally does not happen when horses make this kind of move. And Johnny Velasquez and Floriform, they had that position early, and it maybe just pays off late with the last jump with the son of Into Mischief on the outside.
You can see Julian Leparoux on the one cellist on the inside, just going to the left-handed whip, just trying to get this horse to give a little bit more to the finish line. And the 8 Floriform just absolutely relentless on the outside under Johnny Velasquez. We'll take a closer look as these two horses come down to the finish line. It is going to come down to the bob of the head. We'll see if Cellist can come back on the inside, or I still can't tell from that.
It's very difficult with the shadows on the inside with the hedge there. This aerial shot will be more revealing as we can see the clear separation between these two noses. It's inside here, it's outside at this point, and from that vantage point, it looks like the 8, but the photo is still on the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th. 8 Floriform was first. 1 Cellist was second. 5 Crew Dragon third. 1A Blue Cat was fourth, and 2 Private Island fifth. 815 1A2 unofficial. Both parts of the entry, 1 and 1A, finishing in the top 4. Unofficially, it will make for an 8-1-5-2 superfecta. 8-1-5-2-4, the unofficial super high 5. 8-1-5-2-4, the unofficial super high 5. Number 4, Catman, finishing in the 6th position, and now reflected on the television monitors as such. Unofficial super high 5, 8-1-5-2-4. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Dromoland 8 Floriform, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Bill Mott. 2 wins today for John Velasquez. Floriform, a 3-year-old son of Into Mischief out of July Jasmine by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Judd Mott Farms Incorporated. 9 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 49.8 seconds. Results of race 5, official. 8151A24, the official results. Keeneland, 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and also the start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast. The turf is good. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Jockey for number 6, Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales. 6, Celestial Spin, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 7th race, overweight, number 3, Our Closure, the jockey, 3 pounds over. That's the 7th race, number 3, Our Closure, the jockey, 3 pounds over. There will be a carryover in race 7 for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $26,176. 8th race, scratch the 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch 3, Out Workin'. Again, scratch the 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch 3, Out Workin'. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Kolsch draws into the race. Likewise, number 13, Niagara Skyline, draws into the race. Featured 9th race, 59th running of the Bewitched Stakes, Grade 3. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. Again, scratch the 9, Gun Society. No changes in race 10. Spirit starting a run from the outside and is catching Magniloquent and is running on by. Jack Backed is third in between that pair. Final furlong. Jack Backed is trying to move up inside of Napa Spirit. Late run Creative Kid to third, but it is Napa Spirit in front. Napa Spirit to the wire. Napa Spirit, Joel Rosario to win the opener. Going to be close for second. Front, although La Belleza Negra is fighting back to the inside, and Conager would like to join them third, still 2 lengths away. Final furlong, and it is Headline Report who's kicking on with a widening 2-length lead. Conager runs on to second. Headline Report is coming to the wire. Headline Report, John Velasquez to win it. Conager was home second. La Belleza has the lead. Vassar's Boy trying to come up the rail. Modesto, 4 horses across the course behind him, contesting second. Modesto leading it after 5, goes to second on the outside of 3 Amigos, well behind Modesto and Joel Rosario. Modesto to win it after 5 was second. 3 Amigos. Signify toward the rail. Sweet Queen Bee tries to draw alongside as this pair moves into the final furlong, contesting the lead and contesting for the win. Signify so far maintains the advantage. Back out to a length and a half past the 16th pole. Signify by 2. Signify and Chris Landeros to win it. Sweet Queen Bee, second until now, was third, and Sweet Spin was and Crew Dragon goes third up toward the outside. Blue Cat and Private Island. Here's Floriform coming after Cellist, and Crew Dragon trying to join them on the far outside in third. Cellist, Floriform. Crew Dragon is third, still 2 lengths away. Cellist and Floriform battling for the lead, battling for the win. Cellist and Floriform at the line. Head bobbing photo for the win, either Floriform or Cellist for the top.
The excitement of Kentucky Derby Week and the return of the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age Sale. Backed by a history of success, the 2021 April sale introduces a new integrated format featuring an enhanced all-digital catalog and the option to buy horses on site in the Keeneland sales ring or remote from anywhere in the world. The April Horses of Racing Age Sale, Monday, April 26th.
Race number 6 starts the closing day late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager, and a good sequence ahead and good betting board right now. These next 5 races are very, very challenging races, so I think that any way of hitting this is going to be a profitable outcome for you if you can nail down this late pick 5 on closing day. I think Spiteful Charge is where you've got to begin. This is a daughter of Will Take Charge. It gets back on dirt and takes a drop down in class for trainer Phil Sims. He gets Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. Gaffalione rode her to victory in November of last year at Churchill Downs when she was the favorite in for Maiden 50. They gave it a shot a month later, just over a month later at Turfway Park against Allowance Company. She showed the same sort of speed, but that just faded late. And I think it was more just the competition than anything that caused that sort of performance, and she was 18-1. I mean, the biggest tell in looking at these races and past performances, was she expected to run well against that group? And the truth of the matter is, no, she wasn't. She was a big price. So the tote board tells you a lot about what is expected and normally what ends up happening with these runners. So dropping in class off the 3-month layoff, working well locally here at Keeneland, including a 46-3 move at the end of March. Spiteful Charge is awfully live. Second choice on the board right now at 5-2, my top selection. Then I'll go to the current favorite. That is the 5-horse My Bets. Another one for Phil Simms as he doubles down again in this race. Phil Simms sends this one off of a race at Mahoning Valley, where she was second most recently. So we'll see what this filly is able to do here today. And then finally, we'll go to the number 3 horse. That is Pouye Timing, daughter of Super Saver, who takes a drop down in class. Gabby, she broke her maiden here during the July meet over a wet, fast surface. She's obviously raced against tougher since then and was good here at Keeneland in her runner-up finish back in October as well. But we'll see if this wakes her up today with Saez in the saddle.
Scott, I did go to the one Spiteful Charge on top here for trainer Phil Simms. Dropping in class against her last race was against Allowance Company, and I just think she might be able to set the right type of trip just behind the pace setters under Tyler Gaffalione. Her maiden win, 2 back, was good, and the biggest thing is her coming in off the layoff today. The number 5, My Bets, another one for Phil Simms, takes a big drop in class, and in fact, she's actually faced winners before in the past. She broke her maiden against the maiden special weight level, then she went on to face $50,000 non-winners of 2 Lifetime Company, and she was close. They gave her some time off after her last race at Mahoning Valley, where she finished second against Allowance Company, and she, you could argue, would be the class of this race, coming back down to $50,000. A couple of these fillies are facing winners for the first time, but at least she has experience against winners today, could give her an advantage. And then the 3, Pouye Timing, when she goes 2 turns, she has 1 gear and 1 gear only, and that's to go to the lead. So I really do think that even with the blinkers coming off, she's probably going to be the fastest early, and it's just really up to Louis Saez to get her to settle in the early part of the race, because she's one of those fillies that if you tug on her too much, she can kind of take a hold of the bridle and you just don't have enough left in the second half of the race. So it's really going to be up to the very talented hands of Louis Saez to get her and guide her around the racetrack today. But personally, I like her better going 2 turns and sprinting. She's done both throughout her career. I just do think that she's a little bit better at 2 turns when she can shut off and relax. And plus, this is the easiest field that she's faced in her entire career. She was a nice allowance, or a maiden special weight winner here at Keeneland, and she finished second in a nice allowance as well. So she's had good form on this track as well. 153 for me, top 3, 10 minutes out from race 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches in race 6. A reminder, the jockey for number 6, Celestial Spin, is Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey for number 6, Celestial Spin. Double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the late pick 5, post time in 8 minutes.
6 minutes to post. Some front side observations for the start of the late pick 5. Spiteful Charge looks nice. She looks ready off of this 3-month layoff. No reason to think that she can't return to form based on looks and the way that she's going right now out on the track. So liking what I see with this 3-1 current, third choice right now in the wagering. Second choice, to be fair, as there are 3 horses sitting at 3-1 with the 3 now being the favorite. The number 2 horse, another one that caught my eye, Anne in the middle. She just broke her maiden for 30. That was on the drop down in class, so first attempt against winners. Another daughter of Will Take Charge in here. She'll be trying to rally from off the pace if she stays true to form. But you can see how nice she looks over here as she warms up for training Kenny McPeak and Three Chimneys Farm. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Celestial Spin, looks nice out here. 8-1 for Tiana Richardville, a hard-spun filly who was claimed off of Kenny McPeak last time out, and much like in the exact same fashion as McPeak's other filly, Anne in the middle, she won that race. So they caught her right at the right time and shows up here for $50,000. And she'd been knocking on the door in those synthetic tries up at Turfway Park. Just begged the question, is she a synthetic type filly, or are her dirt races, the sprinting aspect of her dirt races was what didn't bring out the best in her? We'll find out here today as Gerardo Corrales is the replacement rider on Celestial Spin, 9-1, but she looks nice out there on the course. Don't let this opportunity get past you. It is late pick 5 time, final pick 5 of the card, of the meet here on closing day, 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Spiteful Charge from the inside, along with Pouillet Timing. And Pouillet Timing moves up now for the lead. Here comes I'll Make It Coach, who's moving up on the outside to challenge Spiteful Charge for second here in the early going. And in the middle is away running a lane or two off the rail, stays toward the outside in the fourth position. My Bets is fifth by a head. And then Celestial Spin moving up on the outside of that one from last as they work their way around the first turn. Pouillet Timing is the leader. And Pouillet Timing is in front by just a length heading onto the back stretch. There's I'll Make It Coach up on the outside, traveling second a half length. Spiteful Charge is third back toward the inside a length and a half. And in the middle, toward the outside is in fourth. My Bets against the rail in fifth, 3/4 of a length. And Celestial Spin. Opening quarter went in 24.73 seconds. Pouillet Timing, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch by less than one length. I'll Make It Coach is up on the outside and second a length. And then Spiteful Charge is third a half length. And in the middle, Celestial Spin on the outside. And My Bets against the rail is last, 49.63 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. And Pouillet Timing leads it for Luis Saez around the far turn, leads it by 3/4 of a length. I'll Make It Coach is second a half length. And Spiteful Charge looking for some more running room, a close third down toward the inside at the quarter pole. Celestial Spin looks toward the outside and fourth, still 4 lengths off the lead as they make the move for the top of the short stretch. And Pouillet Timing now quickens the tempo, opens up by 3, 4 lengths off the turn. Celestial Spin giving chase from the outside, Spiteful Charge toward the inside, and I'll Make It Coach in between that pair. That's the battle for second. They're all trying to catch Pouillet Timing, who leads it by 3.5 lengths, though, in the final furlong to Spiteful Charge. Celestial Spin, I'll Make It Coach. Pouillet Timing in front. Pouillet Timing, the winner. Spiteful Charge was home second. And then further back, I'll Make It Coach was across the line in third.
She has been at her best when racing here at Keeneland Racecourse, and that is on full display in race number 6. Pouillet Timing, bet down to the co-favorite at odds of 9-5, picks up her second win here in Lexington.
Luis Saez just did a phenomenal job with her, Scott, because she can be a little bit of a runoff in the afternoon, but you could just see how he was working his hands and getting her to relax on the front end. 24 and change, 49 and change for the half. He gave her every opportunity to win and go gate to wire today. So a lot of credit to Luis Saez as well. Pouillet Timing taking the field gate to wire, 3-1-4 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 3, Pouillet Timing was first. 1, Spiteful Charge was second. 4, I'll Make It Coach was third. And 6, Celestial Spin was fourth. 3-1-4-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, 3 Pouillet Timing, owned by Daniel Investment Holdings of Pat Daniel, trained by Norm Cassie. Luis Saez, the jockey. Pouillet Timing, a 3-year-old filly by Super Saver out of Indian Pond by Speightstown. The winner bred in Kentucky by Sandra Sexton. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.24 seconds. Sixth race, results official, 3-1-4-6, the official results. Please join us as we recognize Keeneland's 2021 Spring Meet leading owner, Judd Mott, leading trainer, Wesley Ward, and leading jockey, Luis Saez. Congratulations to all. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming. The turf listed good. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of $26,176. Seventh race overweight 3 hour closure. The jockey 3 pounds over. Number 3 hour closure plus 3. Eighth race, scratch the 2 Bright Prospector. Scratch 3 out working. Past the eighth race, scratch 2 Bright Prospector and scratch 3 out working. A reminder, part of entry 1A Kolsch draws into the race. Number 13, Niagara Skyline, also draws into the race. Featured ninth race, 59th running of the Bewitch Stakes, Grade 3. Scratch 9, Gun Society. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. No changes in race 10.
Race number 7 starts the final pick 4 of this Keeneland spring meeting, and what a sequence we've got in front of us. As you can take a look at the tote board, wide open race here, as it's a second level allowance race at 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf course. Conviction Trade is my choice on top. 2-1 right now for trainer Mike Maker. Comes out of consecutive graded stakes races, was second in a 2-mile race, the Allen Jerkins at Gulfstream Park back in late December. But class relief here today. Stamina is his game, and he's a horse that if Tyler Gaffleone can have within reach out in the front end, is going to fire a big shot here today. So Conviction Trade, we'll see if he can make the lead. That wouldn't be a bad spot for him either, because he will be able to see out this trip nicely here this afternoon. Then I'll go to the number 2 horse. That is Baker's Bay for Shug McGahee. A gelding by More Than Ready that comes out of that Fighting CB race at the beginning of the meet on April 8th. He was only beaten 2 3/4 in that event. Fighting CB, a graded stakes winner during his 3-year-old season up at Saratoga. So found some good company there. Found another tough race to compete in here. But the fact that Shug is going to bring this horse back for a second round of racing here at Keeneland this spring meet, I think has to be viewed as a positive as he sits at 9-2. And then finally, Ocean Atlantique, the number 5 horse for Brendan Walsh. A colt by American Pharaoh that also comes out of that Fighting CB race. He was the favorite that afternoon and was only beaten a length and a half. Coming back the same fashion of Shug bringing his horse back, that's got to be viewed as a positive for Brendan Walsh to be bringing him back here today. Joel Rosario gets the opportunity as Irad Ortiz rode him in his U.S. debut, but the change being made here is the addition of blinkers. We'll see what that does for him, Gabby, as he'll stretch out a bit further to 1 mile and 3/16.
That's right. A little bit disappointing as a favorite last time out, but maybe he just needed that one race off of the lengthy layoff. But I, too, go to the number 7 Conviction Trade as the top pick for Mike Maker. When you go back to his last race going against Graded Stakes Company at the fairgrounds, it was actually a very weird race. He hesitated coming out of the gate, and you see broke a bit slowly, but I thought it was more of him hesitating. He just did not brake sharply at all. And then he was about 8-10 wide coming around the final turn. And in races like that, especially when you're not the best horse in the field, you can't afford to have a trip like that. Even more so because this horse has run best when he's been forwardly placed. His race against Grade 3 Company at Houston, where he finished 3rd, he opened up on the field that day. He was even forwardly placed in the Allen Jerkins at Gulfstream going 2 miles. So this horse needs a clean break, and I would give him the benefit of the doubt for his last race, as it was a very awkwardly run race. And on top of that, he was also facing the best older turf horse in the country in Colonel Liam. As we go to the number 8 Battalion is my second selection. He's a horse that's been in decent form. I think the question with him is really how good is he? He was claimed by Safi Joseph Jr. for $40,000, and he's had some really good races. He won for 50, then he came back to win at a first level allowance, and then he was up against it last time out. That was a very tough allowance race that he was in. But I do think that he'll be forwardly placed, and he should be able to sit the right trip. And I think he's a good price to maybe throw into some exotics, to say the Exacta or Trifecta. And then finally, the 5 Ocean Atlantique. Blinkers going on here today. He was close to a very fast pace, 22-2, 47-3. They went pretty quickly over the good course at Keeneland in his last race. So maybe he just needs to slow things down a bit. I know the blinkers are going on him to help him focus, but I can't imagine they're going to go as fast as they did in that last race, even at this distance of 1 mile and 3/16. But you have to respect him and give him a shot. He's on the board right now at 5-2. I think 2-1 is a gift on Conviction Trade. Really think that he is the class of the race. Good group of horses coming up next, 14 minutes away from the 7th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Keeneland Julep Cup, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf, which is listed good, rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $26,176. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 7. A reminder, the overweight, number 3, Our Closure, the jockey 3 pounds over. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the group warming up for the start of the late pick 4, 6 minutes to post. We're looking at the 3-horse Our Closure, a 7-year-old mare taking on the boys here today. She gets a big weight break, even though there is a few pounds over. But the fact that this mare is being campaigned here in this spot by Ray Hernandez, I think it's an interesting move. She looks fantastic out there. She's a 7-year-old mare, so obviously fully developed, but she's a 10-time winner from 37 starts. She comes off of a victory at Turfway Park against Starter Allowance Company. It's tough to make a case for her as a winner in this race versus who she is facing, but she looks really nice out there on the track, just an absolute pro as she's getting set for her 38th career start. The number 5 horse, Ocean Atlantique, who is 2-1 right now, second choice. He looks lovely. Great warm-up here from him, as you can see him on the screen with Joel Rosario, son of American Pharaoh, adding blinkers. Not a very big cup, just a short cup as far as the blinkers are concerned for this second start in the United States. But he looks wonderful on the turnaround from April 8th now to April 23rd in his second race here at Keeneland. And then wanted to go over to Battalion, another runner this meet for Safi Joseph Jr. He actually was the first one to come out onto the course, and he jumped ahead of his companions in the post parade without a pony and was lunging right in front of the winner's circle. And he's just been a bit of a handful for Florent Giroux. Even when he turned around to go the opposite way as everybody's warming up on the far turn, he just simply took off from the pony and lowered his head down, and it's just been a bit of an adventure, I think, for Florent Giroux, and I'm not surprised to see him just getting him standing at this point in time. Now he's going to ask him to move forward, but if he starts moving again, you can see the pony is staying with him, trying to assist Florent Giroux. Nice to see that he settled in, but he's been an interesting one to watch. We'll see if he's able to translate some decent form in the past to this tough 2 other than allowance race to start off this late pick 4. It's a great sequence coming. We still have the grade 3 Bewitch part of it. That's race number 9, but a good opportunity coming up in this late pick 4 with just 4 minutes to get those tickets in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Keeneland Julep Cup. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Baker's Bay is there from the inside. Océan Atlantique moves up from between horses and now takes the lead, heading under the line the first time. Océan Atlantique, the early leader. Here's Battalion moving up carefully into the second position. Baker's Bay content to drop back into third. Botswana far outside is fourth. Kentucky Ghost is fifth. Stanford sixth on the outside. Current is seventh back toward the rail. And then Conviction Trade, who's eighth on the outside here early on. And Our Closure is last of 9 as they enter the first turn. Océan Atlantique against the rail will save the ground, has the lead by a half length. And here comes Botswana up on the outside, a closer second. Baker's Bay tracks the leader third toward the inside, just a length and a half off the lead. Third by 3/4 of a length to Battalion, who's fourth by a length off the first turn and up the backstretch. Kentucky Ghost, Stanford, Current, Conviction Trade on the outside. Our Closure at the back. 24.2 for the quarter, 48.62 seconds the time for the first half mile. Botswana on the outside, Océan Atlantique to the inside. That's the battle for the lead. Océan Atlantique leads at a half length. Baker's Bay travels third, right behind the leader against the rail at the entry to the far turn. And then Battalion up on the outside is fourth, a half length. Kentucky Ghost in fifth, followed by Stanford. Now there's Conviction Trade starting to move toward the outside. Now still running 6 lengths off the lead, though. Has ground to make up from there as they round the far turn. Back up front, Océan Atlantique has the lead by just a neck. Here's Botswana trying to draw alongside again in second. Gap of 3, Baker's Bay in third. Battalion is in fourth. Conviction Trade is fifth and trying to get on track down the center of the course. Still 6 lengths from the lead. Botswana narrow lead. And still fighting on is Océan Atlantique to the inside. Kentucky Ghost trying to sneak up the rail. Baker's Bay from the outside. Trade Conviction still far back. Baker's Bay and Kentucky Ghost at the line. Photo for the win on the head bob. Either Baker's Bay from the outside or Kentucky Ghost at the rail.
That is between the 2 and the 6. Baker's Bay, the 2 on the outside. Kentucky Ghost down on the inside. Great call from Kurt Becker as he picks up this run down on the inside. And then at this point in time, they've still got a lot of work to do, Gabby, but this ends up being a very close finish in the end of this mile and 3/16 run.
We're definitely going to have to take a closer look at the finish line. We've been blessed with some really exciting finishes, not only today, but throughout the course of the meeting. And yeah, I can't tell from there, Scott. It did kind of look like the two Bakers Bay had momentum on the outside, but we'll take a closer look here. This is 6, Kentucky Ghost, with his ears back, fighting hard towards the inside, not wanting to lose and giving it his all. It looks like outside here, inside trying to come back, and the outside, the number 2 Bakers Bay, might have had the head bob here, Scott.
Once again, let's take a look at this shot where they're above these runners, the 2 in front, the 6 trying to get his nose on the wire. And from this shot again, it does look like the outside prevails with the photo still on the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th. 2, Bakers Bay was first. 6, Kentucky Ghost was second. 5, Océan Atlantique was third. 7, Conviction Trade was fourth. 9, Botswana was fifth. 26579 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Keeneland Julep Cup, 2, Bakers Bay. Bakers Bay, owned by the Phipps stable of Daisy Phipps Polito, trained by Shug McGahee. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Bakers Bay, a 5-year-old gelded son of More Than Ready, out of Abaco by Giants Causeway, winter bred in Kentucky by Phipps stable. A mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 54.38 seconds. Results of race 7 official, 26579, the official results. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $27,988. Scratch the 2, Bright Prospector. Scratch the 3, Out Workin'. Again, scratch 2, Bright Prospector, and scratch 3, Out Workin'. A reminder that part of entry 1A, Kolsch, draws into the race. Likewise, number 13, Niagara Skyline, also draws into the race. Featured 9th race, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. No changes at this time in race 10.
Race number 8 does start the final pick 3 of this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll begin with a 6.5 furlong maiden special weight, straight 3-year-olds. And right now looking at Yearn for Victory, who is my top selection. This is a horse that is currently sitting at 5-1 on the tote board, 5-1 for this first-time starter for Susan and Jim Hill and trainer Rusty Arnold. A colt that they purchased at the Keeneland September sale a couple of years back, 2019, for $200,000. The first dam has been very productive. This colt's mother has produced 4 winners from her 5 runners, so 4 for 5, a good stat on the dam side of things. And looking at the workouts from this colt, he's been very fast working at Susan and Jim Hill's Margot Farms. Those 46 bullets that he's fired over there in March certainly stand out, and had a chance to speak to Rusty Arnold earlier in the day. He said he was really impressed by the way that he worked here as well. He fired another bullet a minute flat. Now, typically, Rusty Arnold likes to develop horses and give them a couple of races to get going, but this colt just might be that good based on what he's been doing in the morning. Well, he's going to see if it can translate to the afternoon, but this is an easy horse, I think, to back in here based on the way that he has worked and the price that you're getting at odds of 5-1. It Yearn for Victory here in race number 8, my top selection. Then I'll go to the 11-horse Casual Affair, a very well-bred colt by Into Mischief, one of the top stallions here in central Kentucky and the world. And the first dam of this colt is a Shadow, who is a Hall of Famer, Breeders' Cup winner, and she's been quite the producer as a broodmare. She's had 6 winners from 7 starters, including a stakes winner. This colt's had some fast workouts here at Keeneland as well, so high expectations with this blue blood colt. Casual Affair for Godolphin, a homebred for Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum's worldwide operation. And then finally, my third choice is the 6, another first-time starter, Suppressor, a colt by Munnings out of Chit Chatter, who is by Lost Soldier. Lost Soldier was the stallion of one of the top sprinters some years ago by the name of Lost in the Fog. So keep that in mind. This mare has been very productive as well. She's had 6 winners from 9 starters. And we'll see if Steve Asmussen can get out of here with another winner on the meet. I'm sure this colt looks good. He certainly is feeling good down there in the paddock. Chestnut Son of Munnings is currently 19-1, Gabby.
Yeah, one of those foals was I'm a Chatterbox, who's a really nice filly in her own right. So lovely pedigree on this big long shot at 19-1. I did go to the really nice pedigree horse, and that's the 11 Casual Affair, first-time starter for Brendan Walsh. Scott was mentioning all the, the pedigree angles here, not only out of that 7-time Grade 1 winning mare and a Shadow Hall of Famer champion, however you want to describe her, but she's also been a pretty good producer. We don't always see that, but she's produced multiple winners and even a stakes winner, so you love to see that there in the pedigree. And is also by one of the top stallions in the industry, and Into Mischief, what doesn't hurt either. This homebred for Godolphin, the 11 Casual Affair. My top pick here, the 5 Sibelius, a second-time starter for Jerry O'Dwyer. This horse was very green in his first start, didn't get out of the gate very well, and then he just came with this nice closing run to just lose by 3/4 of a length against Maiden Special Weight Company at Laurel. I won't be surprised if this horse shows more gate speed, more professionalism this afternoon, and if that's the case, it might be another situation where Luis Saez just goes to the front end and never looks back, but clearly this horse has some talent, and he can only move forward with race experience, which he has today, and a little bit more distance to the 6.5 furlongs. And then the 9 Buffalo Shuffle, I do think he's got to improve. He has to run faster than what we saw in his 2-year-old season, but you can see him. He's a very big horse, very long, rangy looking horse, so he probably just needed some time to grow into himself and mature, and Brad Cox has done that with him. He hasn't raced in September at Churchill Downs, and it was a big improvement from his first race. He will receive blinkers for the second time today and LASIX for the first time, and he's not slow either, so he should be able to be forwardly placed, but he's another one that comes into the race with some very fast drills right here at Keeneland, so I won't be surprised when this horse improves as a 3-year-old, and if that's the case, that could put him right into the winner's circle for a barn that has been doing very, very well at the meet, and trainer Brad Cox. The 9 Buffalo Shuffle, the third pick. 11, 5, 9 for me in the 8th race as this kicks off the final pick 3 opportunity of the day.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Keene, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2, Bright Prospector. Also scratch number 3, Out Workin'. A reminder, part of entry 1A, Kolsch draws into the race. Number 13, Niagara Skyline, also draws into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $27,988. Post time at 6 minutes.
What a good-looking group we've got out here on the track for race number 8, maiden special weight, straight 3-year-olds. And Gabby, this number 1A, Kolsch, who draws in off the also eligible, will have the furthest outside post position. Son of champion sprinter Run Happy is just a well-built beast out on the racetrack.
He looks very strong. He looks like a very powerful horse. And you can see him really confident on the track. He's just throwing his weight around, neck bowed, ears forward. Ooh, he's acting up a little bit. He's feeling fresh, Scott, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. His rider and Adam Beschizza just trying to get him to focus here, but he might need to find the pony sometime soon.
Well, right now, if he stays this way, I think Adam's going to be okay, and Adam doesn't seem to be overly concerned as he's just sitting back in the saddle. But
looks like a rocking horse out there.
What a good-looking individual he is. Part of this entry that is currently sitting at 16-1, so a big price. But, boy, he is a good-looking horse. Good luck to these connections, Calumet Farm and trainer Joe Sharp and Adam Beschizza. Let's move over to the 10-horse Yearn for Victory. This is the colt that I was talking about. Son of Bayern with those very fast workouts between Margot Farm and here at Keeneland.
But you look at him as a physical, and I'm glad that we're showing him after the 1A, because the 1A is extremely compact and he looks like a sprinter, whereas this horse is really flat in his hind end. He looks like he's got kind of a longer space between his hind end and his withers. I won't be surprised if he needs a little bit more distance. And Scott, when he first came out here, he was a little skittish with the pony, a little unprofessional, but right now it looks like he's actually flipped the switch on and more focused right now.
Let's move over to the 7, 9-1 on Sam's Time. Son of Not This Time from that first crop. The 2-year-olds were flying last year. This now 3-year-old also is another one that has had some nice workouts. He's a nice looking colt for Anamia.
And debuts with the blinkers on today and gets that shadow roll. Scott, I'm not going to be surprised if this horse shows speed out of the gate, just given how strong his hindquarters are and just how strong of an individual he looks. He's been fast in the morning. We'll see if it translates this afternoon, but I thought he was one of the better looking horses in the field, which is saying something because this is a very nice looking group of horses.
3 minutes to get those wagers in for race 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Keene. They are at the post. And they're off. Buffalo Shuffle broke alertly for the lead, but here comes Sibelius down to the inside, and Sam's Time and Yearn for Victory, Suppressor, and Bayou Gem all to join Buffalo Shuffle, who got the shuffle there in the opening strides after breaking well, and now is in 5th position, 2 lengths off the lead, moving back up from between horses. Further back, Casual Affair. Center of the track is 7th, Tall Timber is 8th, Majestic Summer is 9th, Never Explain is in the 10th position, Niagara Skyline is in 11th, Kolsch is last of the 12 opening quarter in 22.25 seconds. over to the far turn. Sibelius against the rail, leads it by a half length. Sam's Time is second on the outside. A break of 5 to Buffalo Shuffle, third a half length. Tall Timber moves up to the inside. Casual Affair moves up from the outside. That pair third and fourth, respectively, 6 lengths, now 5 lengths from the lead. Just over a quarter mile to come. They turn for home. Sibelius against the rail, leading Sam's Time by almost a full length. At a break of 5 to Casual Affair and third. Tall Timber. Buffalo Shuffle, Yearn for Victory is sixth and still far back. Final furlong, Sibelius nursing the lead. Sam's Time and Casual Affair. Casual Affair takes aim on the top two from the outside, but the wire is coming. Sibelius has the lead, 16th pole. Casual Affair challenging Sam's Time for second, but running out of time to catch Sibelius. Sibelius in front. Sibelius to win at Casual Affair second. Sam's Time was third. Yearn for Victory was across the line at fourth, and Buffalo Shuffle was fifth.
Flashing that speed, Sibelius gets the victory in his second career start. Is a horse that ran second on debut at Laurel Park. He gets Luis Saez in the saddle, and he just kept on going. He didn't have the clearest of lead, Gabby. The 7 was always there close to him, but at this point in time, the 7 was able to keep, or the 5 was able to keep on going, while the 7 started to back down in his debut.
And we mentioned that this horse was a little bit green in his first start at Laurel, but he completely turned it around today. Broke out of the gate extremely fast under Luis Saez, and did receive a little bit of early pressure from that 7, Sam's Time. Sam's Time ultimately fading to finish third in the end, and the 11 horse, Casual Affair, closing to finish second for trainer Brendan Walsh. But a good training job by trainer Jerry O'Dwyer to get the victory with the 5 here in race 8.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 5, Sibelius was first. 11, Casual Affair was second. 7, Sam's Time third. The 10, Yearn for Victory fourth. And 9, Buffalo Shuffle fifth. 5, 11, 7, 10, 9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Keene, number 5, Sibelius, owned by J Park Racing, LLC of June Park, owned also by Delia Nash, Jerry O'Dwyer, the trainer, and Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Sibelius, a 3-year-old gelded son of Not This Time, out of Fiery Pulpit by Pulpit. Winner bred in Kentucky by Taylor Brothers Properties, LLC, Pollock Farms, Patrick Payne, and others. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 16.32 seconds. Race 8, results official. 5, 11, 7, 10, 9, the official results. Keeneland's ninth and featured race upcoming, the 59th running of the Bewitched Stakes, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The turf is listed good, the rail at 0 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $31,222. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. No changes in race 10.
This is the 9th and featured event on closing day, the Grade 3 Bewitched Stakes for fillies and mares 4 and up. They'll be going a mile and a half on the turf course, and the turf continues to be listed as good. So a 3-turn race as they'll start this race on the backstretch with a short run up into the far turn. Looking right now at my top play, who is a good price right now, 10-1 on Delica for Alstall Jr., a mare by Pistorius, who has the pedigree to go this far. She has been successful in her recent races between 5.5 furlongs up to a mile and a 16th. So they've never had the opportunity to try her past those distances, but here today she does. She is by Pistorius, who's a distance stallion out of a Hurricane Run first dam, and Hurricane Run, his runners are bred typically to go much further than even, the mile and a half distance. So Delica, to me, is one that you've got to respect. She runs this in and out pattern. She'll run a big race, and then she'll not run as big the next time out. If she stays true to that pattern, she's sitting on a win here today. 10-1 right now. Miguel Mena gets the call for Alstall Jr., a stakes winner just 2 starts back over yielding ground at Fairgrounds, so the ground should not be a concern whatsoever for the number 7 horse, who is still double digits, 10-1. Then I go to the number 8 horse just to her outside for the second choice. That is Warlike Goddess. Tough to ignore what she's done in a short period of time. She's even money right now based on the fact that she's a graded stakes winner at nearly this distance. She won going a mile and 3/8. She won her first 2 starts at Churchill Downs between a mile and an 1/8 and a mile and 3/8. She'll be coming well off the pace. She'll lay back and make a big late run with Julien Leperoux, who has been aboard her in 3 of her 4 starts. So you got to respect her. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, he is here at Keeneland Racecourse to saddle this mare. So good luck to them. Bill already with a winner earlier in the card. She certainly makes sense in here. Warlike Goddess in a deep field. That's the thing about it. You have to be open-minded and look at some of these other horses, including the 3 Flamingos for Dixiana Farms for Cherie DeVoe. She was a winner off the layoff at Fairgrounds and was one of 2 that Cherie had in that race. And they felt that she was going to need one. And in a situation where she needed one, she was still able to win by 2 lengths. And they're going to take this big swing here today and see if it works out. She's obviously, I think, motivated by running this mare or filly at the longer distances, because they would have had an allowance opportunity yesterday if they wanted to take it, but that was a shorter distance. But if she can build off of that one, Gabby, she is a live long shot in here at odds of 24-1.
This is such a good group of fillies and mares in here, Scott. Race that I'm really very much looking forward to, the Grade 3 Bewitched. The 4 Dominga I really like in here for trainer Brad Cox. This will be my top selection, and I think 6-1 is an extremely fair price on her. You have to go back to her last race, the Tom Benson Memorial Handicap, and what Scott was mentioning yesterday with Summer at Saratoga. Unfortunately, we didn't get a fair opportunity to see what she was capable of yesterday as she unseated her rider, Corey Lannery, coming out of the gate. But Winter Sunset also ran in the Tom Benson Memorial Stakes last time out, and she came back to run a really bang-up race yesterday afternoon. So I think it's going to turn out to be a strong race in general. And the 4 Dominga, she almost beat the likes of Summer and Saratoga. Brad Cox said in an interview earlier today with Tom Leach on Today at Keeneland that they've been wanting to do this with her for a very long time, and that stretching her out to a 3-turn distance. He said she's always had the frame to suggest that she'll like these longer distances. They just didn't have an opportunity really to do that as a 3-year-old. So they finally get that opportunity this year as she's a 4-year-old, but she's definitely bred to run all day, being by Go Sapper out of a Dynaformer mare. So the 4 Dominga, top pick for me as we go to the 8 Warlike Goddess. It's not very often that you see a horse be able to have this type of turn of foot at these longer distances. I mentioned this time and time again. Sometimes the pace collapses and we see closers luck out and rally from off the pace and win at a mile and a half. But it's very unusual. Usually it's horses that are mid-pack or even on the lead. So to me, she's just completely outclassing her competition. Her last race was very good to win the Grade 3 Orchid. And her only loss in her career was a 5th-place performance in the Grade 3, the very one, 2 starts back. It was her first race of the year, and it was also an extremely slow pace. So she had no shot in the race to close from off of it as the winner went gate to wire, Antoinette, who's a Grade 1 performer. So you obviously have to respect her. Even money is a price on her considering the accomplishments of the field that she does face, but I do think she's a very talented filly. She's just really going to have to work out the right type of trip and get the right type of luck today. And then the 6 California Queen, kind of a similar play as the 8 Warlike Goddess in that she was compromised by the slow pace. I mentioned Antoinette. She went gate to wire. Bellora, the second place finisher, she was tracking the speed of Antoinette. So the speed never really came back to these horses that were farther off the lead. I don't think that's going to be the case here today. I think they'll be able to get more pace in front. And when you look at this filly's efforts in France, Group 1 company, Group 3 company, whatever it may be at Longchamp, the class is there, so I'm not going to be surprised if she takes a big step forward in her second start off the layoff, her second start for Chad Brown, and her second start in North America. The 6 California Queen, I think, is very sneaky at 8-1. But for me, it's going to be the 4 Dominga on top in the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes, which is coming up next in 12 minutes.
Way too much.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 9th race featured Bewitched Stakes. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, grade 3, mile and a half on the turf, listed good, rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 9, Gun Society. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Campbelliza, owned by Runnymede Farm Incorporated of Brutus Clay III, owned also by Catesby Clay. Arnaud Delacour, the trainer. Hector Rafael Diaz Jr. is the jockey. 2, Delta's Kingdom is owned by Maram LLC of Karen Woods. The trainer, Bill Mott. The jockey, Luis Saez. 3 is 3 Flamingos, owned by the Dixiana Farms LLC of William Shively, trained by Cherie DeVoe. The jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. 4, Dominga, owned by Don Alberto Stable of Carlos Heller, trained by Brad Cox. The jockey, Florent Giroux. 5, Past the Plate, owned by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Paul J. McGee, Rafael Bejarano to ride. 6, California Queen, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned also by Michael Dubb and by First Row Partners of Steve Lehman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7, Delica, owned by Balmar Equine LLC of Paul Varga, trained by Al Stahl Jr., the jockey Miguel Mena. 8, Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Julian Leperoux. 9 is Scratched. 10 is Margaret's Joy, owned by Circle 8 of Troy Levy, trained by Michelle Nihei, Joe Talamo to ride. 11 is English Affair, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, the trainer Rusty Arnold, the jockey Corey Lannery. And 12, Court Return, owned by Ivan Dallos, trained by Josie Carroll, the jockey John Velasquez. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of just over $31,000 starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 5 minutes.
Race number 9, 5 minutes to post, the grade 3 Bewitched Stakes. There's the number 3 horse, 3 Flamingos, one of a handful of daughters of English Channel competing in this mile-and-a-half graded stakes race, and just showing you that the pedigree has certainly come through for that once Breeders' Cup turf champion from Monmouth Park several years back.
She's definitely improved in her past couple of starts, Scott, and I think that's because Cherie DeVoe decided to stretch her out in distance, whether it be a mile and 5/16, a mile and 3/8. I think she'll love this distance today, and she's a filly that's just been in good form. She just has to get a touch faster in order to beat the likes of the 8 here.
Past the Plate, the number 5 horse, she's a double-digit price, 10-1 right now. Wanted to touch on this filly because she's run some big races as of late. She won a stakes race, the Pago Hop, back at the end of December at Fairgrounds. Prior to that, cleared the 2 other than level on the main track. But clearly, she's a turf filly that can take to the main track if need be, but that's not in play today. But she's run some big speed figures that are as good as some of the other favorites in this race. So don't let her get past you for the Paul McGee Barn and Silverton Hill. And then finally, we'll go over to Warlike Goddess, another daughter of English Channel, who looks well out there in the George Krikorian fuchsia and black and navy silks.
I know you don't need any more reason to bet an even money favorite, but she just looks like such a classy filly on the track, Scott. When you look at her compared to the field, she, in my opinion, did stand out. She just looks like a long-distance, classy turf horse, and she's acting like that here this afternoon, too. So she is definitely the filly to beat, but this is a good group of horses, and they all are well-deserved to be here against Grade 3 company.
It's coming up, the Bewitch, in 4 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured ninth, the 59th running of the Bewitch Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Bewitch Stakes. There goes Dominga. There goes Three Flamingos. Those two come right to the front. In the opening strides, Dalika comes away running third up on the outside. Cambeliza is away in fourth. Delta's Kingdom comes out running against the rail in the fifth position. Margaret's Joy is sixth. California Queen is seventh toward the inside. Court Return to her outside is in eighth. Warlike Goddess hugs the rail around that far turn the first time in ninth. Gap of 3 lengths to pass the plate in 10th. English Affair last of the 11. And it is Three Flamingos who shows the way. Three Flamingos in front by 3 lengths. Dominga second a length. Dalika second a length. Cambeliza third. Break of 4 lengths more then back to Delta's Kingdom. Delta's Kingdom travels in that fifth position still with just over 1 circuit to go. 24.46 seconds the time for the opening quarter and 49.73 for the first half mile. Three Flamingos leading Dominga by 2 lengths. Heading to the second of 3 turns. Dalika is third up on the outside. Cambeliza fourth back toward the inside. Delta's Kingdom fifth is still 6 lengths from the front. Margaret's Joy is next between horses. California Queen to her inside. Court Return stacks up to her outside. Warlike Goddess, English Affair, and past the plate between that pair at the back as the field enters the backstretch. It is still Three Flamingos who leads it by just over a length. Dominga starting to inch forward in second a half length. Dalika now starting to press the issue from third. Up on the far outside. Cambeliza fourth back toward the inside a half length. Delta's Kingdom goes fifth on her outside. And then California Queen, who's against the rail, 6 lengths from the lead. Court Return center of the course. Margaret's Joy between that pair. Warlike Goddess still 8 lengths from the lead and behind horses into the far turn. Past the plate, English Affair at the back. It's a 3-way shuffle for the lead, though. It is Three Flamingos to the inside. Dominga tries to draw alongside. And Dalika wanting to join them from third, a length off the front pair, but inching forward out in the center of the course. And Delta's Kingdom moves into contention, but has to go wide in fourth. California Queen is looking for room down toward the inside, trying to find it now between horses. So far has not been able to do so. Three Flamingos with the lead. Dalika right there. Dominga fighting on. Here comes Delta's Kingdom. Warlike Goddess picks up the leaders now. California Queen behind horses. Warlike Goddess running on past everybody. The Bewitch Stakes is over. Warlike Goddess, Julienne Leperoux to win it. Delta's Kingdom home second, holding off a late closing past the plate, who rallied from deep in the pack for third.
simply put, she is just too good right now to have this kind of a journey and able to win this race as clear as she did in the end. She is a absolute force at a mile and a half. This was not a straightforward trip whatsoever for this daughter of English Channel with Julien Leparoux.
I will say Julien did a fantastic job saving ground the entire way, though. He hugged the rail and then had to angle out at the top of the stretch about 7 wide, but he knew the horse that was underneath of him, and he managed to save ground for the most part of the race. She is just that good, and it's so fun to watch her run and watch her acceleration coming down the stretch. Congratulations to Bill Mott. Not only did he win the race, but he also finished second with the 2 Delta's Kingdom.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. 8, Warlike Goddess finished first. 2, Delta's Kingdom was second. 5, Past the Plate was third. 6, California Queen was fourth. 7, Dalika finished fifth. 82567 unofficial. On the turf course, winner of the featured ninth race, 59th running of the Bewitched Stakes, Grade 3. 8, Warlike Goddess, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Julien Leparoux. Warlike Goddess, a 4-year-old filly by English Channel, out of Misty North by Northlight, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 12 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 2 minutes, 29.21 seconds. Ninth race results official. 82567, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 3 Bewitch. Keeneland's Director of Sales Operations, Jeffrey Russell, makes the trophy presentation to the connections of Warlike Goddess.
Warlike Goddess taking the closing day feature, the Grade 3 Bewitch, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, her winning conditioner, and Julian LePeroux, who gets on so well with this filly. Julian, it looked like down the backstretch, as you were coming down the backstretch for the second time, you were having a little bit of trouble getting her settled. What was going on at that stage?
No, not really. I just wanted to make sure I keep my position. I was following Tyler around there. I wanted to make sure I was right behind him so I don't lose it. And, she was traveling very good for me. I feel like I was a winner all the way around. And when I asked her, she kicked on very nicely.
How quickly does she find her best stride once you ask her?
She's very quick, yeah. She had a very nice kick at the end.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Julian LePeroux, a winning rider, and Bill Mott watching this race unfold. By the way, a nice 1-2 finish for the Mott operation. But how does a filly do what she has been able to do with these late runs and running down the quality of fillies that she did today?
Well, she's really come around, and that's her natural way of running. I mean, she's just developed very nicely over time. As a 2-year-old, she was kind of a spindly little girl, and she's filled out and gotten stronger, but very professional. I mean, she's, and obviously loves the distance, loves the course. So, today was her day.
Is a mile and a half what she needs to be able to do this continuously?
I think a mile and a quarter probably to a mile and a half. I think the mile and a half is probably better.
Job well done.
Thank you very much.
Warlike Goddess, absolutely brilliant in today's closing day feature, the Grade 3 Bewitch.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $35,278. Main track is listed fast. No changes for race 10.
about set for riders up for the final race of this spring meeting, race number 10. Maiden 50 claimers, maiden $50,000 claimers, 3 and up, and they'll be going 7 furlongs. And don't forget, $35,000 has carried up to this point in the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, and it's a mandatory payout situation, so it will pay out. The entire pool will pay out here in the final race as we wrap up this fantastic meet for Keeneland Spring 21. Let's take a look at the 5-horse, my top selection. That's Title Shot. Catalano being aggressive with the West colt here today off of an average debut. He tends to do that with these Gary Mary West runners, and it should wake this colt up here today at odds of 2-1. And the same can be said for the number 6 horse, Talage. Debuting for maiden 50, Wesley Ward is so good in debuting these horses, and Joel Rosario gets the opportunity debuting in the maiden claiming ranks, close to 30% winners for the meet's leading trainer, Wesley Ward. You've got to respect him, as many are, as Wesley looks for his 4th win today on the closing day card. And then finally, the number 4 horse, further to the inside, Jedrick for Nick Zito, gets Lasix here today, shows up for 50 yet again, a son of Looking at Lucky. We'll see if the stretch out to 7/8 can wake him up, and getting Tyler Gaffneon, he's 7-1 right now. But I think, Gabby, once you move away from these top 2 in the wagering, you're kind of reaching a bit in this final race today.
I agree with you. Other than some of the first-time starters in here, there's still unknowns. But the 5 Title Shot, he's not a first-time starter. He comes out of a very tough maiden special weight at Oaklawn last time out. He was facing a field of 12. Today, only a field of 7 and dropping to this $50,000 level. So I think the drop in class will put him right in the winner circle. The number 2, American Union, attracts the likes of Luis Saez, my second selection. First-time starter for Glenn Wismer, a son of Union Rags. Took a long time to get him to the races, but could find himself in the right spot today. And I'm only really using this horse because of some of the workouts have been okay, but also the attraction of Luis Saez aboard here today, who just has been having such a sensational meeting. And then the 6, Talage, that first-time starter for Wesley Ward by Lemon Drop Kid, debuts as a gelding today for $50,000. Every time Wesley Ward and Joel Rosario have hooked up, it's been successful, to say the least. And Wesley Ward, just a reminder, he's already has 3 winners on today's card. We'll see if he can make it 4 with the nightcap. Would be pretty cool to see the leading trainer of the spring meeting just add 1 more to the tally in the 10th race. Just wanted to say thank you to all the trainers and owners and jockeys and fans, bettors, all of you for making this Keeneland Spring Meeting one of the best meets that we've experienced to date. It's really nice to see all the fans back at a limited capacity. We've had some crazy weather, but you've all made it extremely enjoyable. And we do have one more opportunity to make money. Don't forget, mandatory payout and that Super High 5 with that $35,000 carryover in the final race of the meeting. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Maidens age 3 and up, claiming price of $50,000. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 10. As Gabby mentioned, mandatory payouts for the Pick 6 and the Toyota Super High 5. Final race of the spring meet. $35,000 the carryover for that Toyota Jackpot Super High 5. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes.
Just 6 minutes to get those final wagers in here for Keeneland in spring 2021. And we're looking at these runners front side now warming up, starting with the number 3 horse. That is Texas Playboy, a son of Cantheros, who hasn't raced since his 2-year-old season all the way back in the summer months at Del Mar.
A long time ago, and now he returns off the layoff to go 7 furlongs for trainer Kenny McPeak. But he is a big, grand-looking horse, just a lot of size to him. So I not only think that the added distance from 5.5 furlongs to 7 furlongs should help him, but obviously also the drop in class. Scott, he faced a good group of horses against Maiden Special Weight Company in his first race. Layoff is a question, but I think he looks fit enough to run well in this event.
Number 7 horse, Poseidon Wrath, a first-time starter for trainer Bill Morey. Bill Morey, leading trainer up at Turfway Park this most recent season. He sent out some live runners, still searching for that first victory, though, on the meet here at Keeneland. And obviously this is his final opportunity. Not a bad-looking gelding with Corrales in the saddle, who fired a solid workout in his prep for this race. Worked in 46 and 3 out of the gate.
I'll be curious to see how much speed he shows out of the gate. You can see him in the warm-up here, just a long, slow, loping stride here. But definitely looks like 7 furlongs. You can understand why he's starting at this distance. I won't be surprised if he has to go a little bit longer to be more successful. But I agree, Scott. He looks great on track today.
Let's just go over to the one before we say goodbye here and hand it over to Kurt Becker for the call. The number 1 horse, Gold Czar. You and I were talking about how big he is. And now looking at his form, Gabby, he comes out of races at Charlestown. He is not a horse that is built to handle the bull ring of Charlestown. I know that his...
That's an understatement.
I know that his form isn't all that great prior to that, but this is going to be a better situation for him, getting away from the tight turns of Charlestown to this bigger course at Keeneland.
He's ginormous. Look at his size next to the pony. He's so big. Not only is he leggy, he's very tall, but he's just a big horse. So I can agree with you on that, Scott, is that I can't imagine this horse liking the bull ring at Charlestown.
No, this is a much better scenario for him, and he's by far the longest shot in the field, 28-1. Good luck in this final race. 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Jedrick out for the lead. Title shot, Texas Playboy. Here comes Taillage from the outside with Poseidon-Wrath up close as well. 5, now 4 horses shuffling for the lead. Poseidon-Wrath, center of the track, leads it. Title shot moves up right there to the inside of that one. Texas Playboy against the rail, a close third, a half length off the front pair. Jedrick going to back away into the 4th position. Taillage is 5th up on the far outside, 3 lengths off the lead, and is followed by American Union and a break of 6 more lengths back to Gold Czar, who is at the back. Opening quarter went in 22.94 seconds. Over to the far turn, Poseidon-Wrath on the outside, Title shot to the inside, matching strides for the lead. Another 2 lengths then back to Taillage, who moves up to take 3rd by just ahead from Texas Playboy, who is now 4th against the rail. American Union to the far outside in 5th, running 5 from the front. Jedrick backs up into the 6th spot. Gold Czar is 7th. It is Poseidon-Wrath with a head in front, Title shot, then Taillage, and American Union swinging to the far outside, and then Texas Playboy behind those 4. He's in 5th, 3 lengths from the front 4. Here comes American Union with Taillage down the far outside now to challenge for the lead as they move to the final furlong. American Union and Taillage now going 1-2. Poseidon-Wrath is 3rd. Title shot is 4th. Taillage pokes ahead in front. American Union tries to find more. And still Poseidon-Wrath to the inside of that pair. Past the 16th pole. Taillage in front for Joel Rosario. Wesley Ward, 4 wins on the day. 3 for Joel Rosario as Taillage wins the finale.
Why not one more before you hit the road for trainer Wesley Ward on closing day? 4 wins, by far and away the meet's leading trainer. What a meet he has had. And we consistently see this from Wesley Ward. but I don't know that Wesley himself could have predicted the type of meet that he had here in 2021 this spring.
How could you? I mean, we know that he was loaded with 2-year-olds, and that's kind of something that's become normal during the spring meet here at Keeneland for Wesley. But he's winning races like this, maiden claimers, stakes races, allowance races, even maiden special weight races for older horses. He has just been firing on all cylinders. 3 wasn't enough. He also had to take the nightcap to close out the spring meeting. Congratulations to Wesley and all of his owners as well for such a sensational meeting, as well as Joel Rosario, who's ridden a lot of those victories to the winner's circle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: 6, Taillage was first, 7, Poseidonwrath second, 2, American Union third, 5, Title Shot was fourth, and 4, Jedrick was fifth. 6, 7, 2, 5, 4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, 6, Taillage. 2 wins today for owner Ramon Taillage. It is 4 today for Wesley Ward, 3 for Joel Rosario. Taillage, a 3-year-old gelded son of Limit Drop Kid out of Knit 1 per 2 by Tail of the Cat, winner bred in Kentucky by Jam Limited. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 24.72 seconds. Results of race 10 official, 6, 7, 2, 5, 4, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card. Betting windows will close shortly. That concludes the spring meet for 2021. We thank you for being with us. A reminder, the Horses of Racing Age sale coming up Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.